Good morning, good morning. Time for convening has arrived. The Senate will come to order. Senator from 6, whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. How are you this morning? You looking very presidential today. Very official. Mr. President, we got a lot of great pages from all over this great state. Out of Lakeland, Georgia, we have Jackson Bowling. From Gainesville, Julianne Cobb. From Stone Mountain, Shelby Cruz. From Canton, Emily Dean. From Smyrna, Mimi Dennis. From Lawrenceville, Morgan Godfrey. From Monticello, we have the Hamlin sisters and Annalie, Christina, and Leanne. From Ellenwood, we have Lathan Harrington. From Phoenix City, Noah Hudson. From Gainesville, Olivia Hutchinson. From Marietta, Hudson Ingram. From Perry, Presley Jackson. From Ellenwood, Omari Johnson. From Alpharetta, Arjun Madhawk. From Athens, Ethan Mathis. From Marietta, Eva O'Neill. From Athens, Caitlin Page, who is the daughter of your very own Franco. From Perry, we have Philip Rigdon. From Brunswick, Lillian Roberts. From Covington, Kelsey Rouse. From Mount Vernon, we have brother and sister Wyatt and Abigail Vassey. Y'all give these pages a big round of applause. We appreciate you being here to serve the great people of the great state of Georgia. Mr. President, the journal is thick, but it has been read and it has been found to be correct. So I'd like to move that we dispense with the reading of the journal.
All right, Senator, thank you, and thank all those good-looking pages that we have here today. Sounds like they're from all over the state, so we appreciate them very much. And thank you, Senator, for introducing them all. Is there objection to dispensing of the reading of the journal? Chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none. The journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. First reading and references to Senate bills. Secretary?
Senate Bill 632 by Senator Bearden of the 30th, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 16-11-130 of the official
Judiciary.
code. Senate Bill 633 by Senator Bearden of the 30th, a bill to be entitled an act
Public
to amend
Safety.
Senate Resolution 1048 by Senator Still of the 48th and others, a resolution creating the Senate Mileage-Based User-Free Fee Study Committee and for other purposes.
Rules.
Senate Resolution 1049 by Senator Still of the 48th and others, a resolution creating a Senate Study
Rules.
Committee. Senate Resolution 1051 by Senator Eccles of the 49th and others, a resolution creating the Senate. Mr. President, that completes the order.
First reading and references to House bills.
House Bill 1559 by Representative Glaze of the 67th and others, a bill to be entitled.
State and local government.
House Bill 1567 by Representative LaHood of the 170th and others, a bill to be entitled.
State and local government.
House Bill 1570 by Representative Mathis of the 133rd, a bill to be entitled.
State and local government.
House Bill 1571 by Representative Steffens of the 164th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act establishing the state.
Local government.
House Bill 1577 by Representative Saines of the 180th, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act providing
State
a new.
local government.
House Bill 1578 by Representative Gaines of the 120th and others, a bill to be entitled an act
State
to amend.
local government.
House Bill 1580 by Representatives Hawley of the 116th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to
State and
amend
local government.
House Bill 1586 by Representatives Gaines of the 120th, a bill to be entitled an act.
State and local government.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary will read reports of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 563, due pass by substitute, respectfully submitted Senator Goodman of the 8th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 890, due pass by substitute, respectfully submitted Senator Eccles of the 49th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 545, due pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 553, due pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 952, due pass. House Bill 1259, due pass by substitute. House Bill 629, due pass by substitute. House Bill 419, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted Senator Hickman of the 4th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 52, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1116, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1132, due pass. House Bill 1209, due pass. Respectfully submitted Senator Huff-Stetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice that I will introduce a minority report to be read along with the majority report of House Bill 1116, which passed out of the Senate Committee on Finance on March 25, 2026. Sincerely, Senator Orrock of the 36th District. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance has had under consideration the following legislation as instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 186, due pass by substitute. House Bill 248, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted Senator Huff-Stetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight has had under consideration the following legislation as instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 792, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted Senator Bearden of the 30th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services has had under consideration the following legislation as instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 291, due pass by substitute. House Bill 334, due pass by substitute. House Bill 350, due pass by substitute. House Bill 657, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1211, due pass. House Bill 1393, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. Mr. President, dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice that I will introduce a minority report to be read along with the majority report of House Bill 1393, which passed out of the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services on March 25, 2026. Sincerely, Senator Orrock of the 22nd District. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor has had under consideration the following legislation as instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 1263, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1274, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted Senator Harbin of the 16th District Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice that I will introduce a minority report to be read along with the majority report of House Bill 1263, which passed out of the Senate and Committee on Insurance and Labor on March 26, 2026. Sincerely, Senator Merritt of the 9th District. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities has had under consideration the following legislation as instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 34, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1027, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted Senator Cowsert of the 46th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following legislation as instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 533, due pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 925, due pass by substitute. House Bill 79, due pass by substitute. House Bill 171, due pass by substitute. House Bill 485, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted Senator Brass, the 6th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Government Operations has had under consideration the following legislation as instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 346, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1519, due pass. House Bill 1525, due pass. House Bill 1536, due pass. House Bill 1542, due pass. House Bill 1555, due pass. House Bill 1556, due pass. House Bill 1551, due pass. House Bill 1552, due pass. Respectfully submitted Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Government Operations General has had under consideration the following legislation as instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 628, due pass by substitute. House Bill 295, due pass. House Bill 309, due pass by substitute. House Bill 646, do pass by substitute. House Bill 1166, do pass by substitute. House Bill 1245, do pass. House Bill 1317, do pass. House Bill 1523, do pass. House Bill 1526, do pass. House Bill 1543, do pass. House Bill 1544, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary will read bills and resolutions for the second time.
Senate Bill 628 by Senator Burns of the 23rd. Richmond County and City of Augusta, Council Manager form of government, provide. Senate Resolution 533 by Senator James of the 28th. Senate Study Committee on Enhancing Public Safety and Civic Health, create. Senate Resolution 545 by Senator Kemp of the 38th and others. Senate Paid Student Teaching Study Committee, create. Senate Resolution 553 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others. Senate Study Committee on Funding for Charter School Capital Improvements, create. Senate Resolution 890 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others. Senate Study Committee on Protecting Free and Fair Markets in Georgia, create. Senate Resolution 925 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others. Senate Study Committee on a Museum of African American History and Culture of Georgia, create. Senate Resolution 952 by Senator Davenport of the 17th and others. Senate Rosenwald School Study Committee, create. House Bill 248 by Representatives Jasper of the 11th and others, income tax credit for certain expenses incurred by taxpayers for certain geothermal machinery installations at residential dwellings, provide. House Bill 295 by Representative Gaines of the 120th and others, local government, procedures for real property owners to make claims for compensation for loss of property value or expenses incurred, provisions. House Bill 334 by Representatives Crawford of the 89th and others, Sickle Cell Disease Protection Act, enacts. House Bill 350 by Representatives Cameron of the 1st and others, domestic relations, safe places for newborns, revised provisions. House Bill 419 by Representatives Hawken of the 27th and others, education, required possession of opioid antagonists by institutions within University System of Georgia. House Bill 563 by Representatives Bennett of the 94th and others, motor vehicles, authorized licensed physical therapists to certify an individual is disabled for purposes of obtaining special vehicle decals. House Bill 629 by Representatives Hawkins of the 27th and others, education, remove requirement of having a licensed physician in automated external defibrillator programs. House Bill 646 by Representative Stinson of the 150th and others, coroners, provide minimum salaries. House Bill 657 by Representatives Hagan of the 156th and others, mental health, qualifications of recovery community organizations for substance use, provide. House Bill 792 by Representative Montahan of the 17th and others, courts, increase amount of magistrate court claims from $15,000 to $30,000. House Bill 1027 by Representatives Anderson of the 10th and others, local government, authorize certain long-term contracts for sale of electric power. House Bill 1116 by Representative Blackman of the 146th and others, Home Ownership Opportunity Market Equalization Act of 2026, enact. House Bill 1132 by Representatives Franklin of the 160th and others, sales and use tax, exempt materials used in construction, renovation, and rehabilitation of affordable housing by purely public charities. House Bill 1166 by Representatives Herring of the 145th and others, local government, zoning decisions shall not affect or be required for certain residential dwellings of 400 square feet or fewer, provide. House Bill 1209 by Representative Steffens of the 164th and others, sales and use tax, purchases of tangible property and construction materials used for or in the construction and furnishing of certain buildings, provide exemption. House Bill 1211 by Representatives Kelly of the 16th and others, insurance, guidelines and recommendations for colorectal cancer screening, examinations, and laboratory tests, provide. House Bill 1245 by Representatives Cameron of the 1st and others, Walker County Board of Education, members shall be elected by voters of the respective education districts, provide. House Bill 1259 by Representative Dubnik of the 29th and others, education, prohibit virtual instruction to out-of-system students if the local school system has a college and career-ready performance index below the state average. House Bill 1263 by Representative Loveson of the 12th and others, insurance premiums made within the 3 years of payment to the commissioner and provide for a claim for a refund of certain fees and taxes. House Bill 1274 by Representative Reeves of the 99th and others, Auto Insurance Excess Profits Act, enact. House Bill 1317 by Representatives Horner of the 3rd and others, Fort Oglethorpe, City of Levi and excise tax. House Bill 1393 by Representatives Werkheiser of the 157th and others, hospitals, allow rural hospitals to join together to allow further purchasing power with third-party payers but retain their independence. House Bill 1523 by Representatives Chokas of the 151st and others, Sumter County Public Facilities Authority, create. House Bill 1526 by Representatives Green of the 154th, Early County, repeal a former local constitutional amendment. House Bill 1543 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th, Chattooga County School District ad valorem tax, homestead exemption, increase income cap. House Bill 1544 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th, Chattooga County ad valorem tax, county purposes, provide a homestead exemption. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for the morning roll call. All those Senators who'd like to make a motion to excuse, let yourself be known. Recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and y'all. And Mr. President, just like the senator from the 6th said, I think you look very presidential today.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
And that's all I have for you today, sir.
Wait, why y'all being so nice today? Y'all must be up to something, I tell you. So, recognize the senator from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 12th.
Without objection, the senator from the 12th is excused. Recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 44th.
Without objection, the senator from the 44th is excused. Recognize the senator from the, just turned your light off. Any other senators would like to make a motion to excuse? Any other senators? Secretary will call the roll. Senators, please signify your presence by voting the yea switch. Secretary? It is now time for our morning devotion. If I could get everybody's attention real quick, I got a quick announcement to make before if I could have every senator's attention real quick, please. I got a quick announcement that I think all of you need to know about. So as many of you know, Senator Freddie Powell Sims has not been with us last few days because of her husband, who's been suffering. Norman Powell Sims has been suffering with Alzheimer's and dementia for several years, and earlier this week he was put into hospice, and last night he went to be with our Lord and Savior. So if we could all stand and give a moment of silence for Senator Powell Sims and her family. Norman was a good man, a long-time educator and coach. And if you ever went to Albany, Georgia, you would run into many young and old people who had been touched by Norman through his days as an educator. So just join with me in a moment of silence. Amen. Thank you. It is now time for a morning devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all conversation. I would ask that the doorkeepers secure the chamber at this time. I now recognize the senator from the 41st to introduce our pastor today and lead us in our pledge.
Please stand and stay with me the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag and to the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation. Thank you, everyone. It's my honor and privilege this day to introduce to our chaplain of the day. It's the Reverend Nikki Mathis. Many people call her Mother Mathis, but I don't do that in the presence of her son, who is here sitting at my desk Ethan is here to support her. Ethan is my nephew. Nikki is really my sister in so many ways, including being the sister in ministry. But Nikki comes to us, or Mother Nikki comes to us from Athens, Georgia, where she is the rector of St. Gregory the Great in Athens, and has been serving there for several years. She is one of the smartest, most thoughtful and compassionate preachers that I know. And I say that knowing a lot of passionate, compassionate, and passionate preachers. And so I'm really grateful to be able to share this space and introduce her to you all. So please receive my good friend, the Reverend Nikki Mathis.
Good morning. That was mighty quiet. Good morning. Thank you so much. It is such an honor to be here with all of you today. What I'd like to do is start by asking you to picture this, if you would. You are driving up to your house, knowing you left the house empty when you went oh so faithfully to this, your place of service. Getting out of the car, you're surprised to hear your very favorite music in all the world. And that's when you notice that Senator Derek Mallow is on drums. That's when you notice that Senator Kim Jackson is singing a solo. That's when you notice that all the pages have formed a choir. And it is the most heavenly music you have ever heard. The guests are all clapping. Some of them are offbeat, but that's okay. And there's this little group to the side saying, ain't no party like a Georgia Senate party, because a Georgia Senate party don't stop. And people are walking in and out of your house, their plates just piled high with fried chicken, prime rib, mashed potatoes and gravy, biscuits, homemade, and there's a guy at a very, very, very open bar. And as you see all of this festivity, you notice people coming towards you, and it is both the caterer and the bar person coming with their bills. And they are handing them to you, and that is when you notice that this must be coming from your bank account. And so maybe you begin to speak in tongues that need absolutely no interpretation, saying, who authorized all of this? And if you are from the Judeo-Christian tradition, you won't be surprised to think that it's Jesus who showed up, who said, I was just throwing a little party for the guest of honor. And that's when you see the name on the banner, and you see the big old sheet cake, and it's your favorite flavor, by the way. And in the chair reserved for this guest of honor, which is not you, is the name of the person who believes and does the exact opposite of everything you believe in. You know, the one who never apologized, never admitted they were wrong, never admitted anything or even tried to explain. What would you do at this party? I'll tell you what one person did. This is a little like a story from my Judeo-Christian tradition, where an older brother came home, got out of his car, music thumping, and saw a party for his younger brother. Those of you from my tradition might know of this story as the prodigal son. And what happens is that the eldest son runs off mad after seeing all this, after being handed the bills. But the daddy comes, and this daddy could be thought of as the God who loves us, who comes to find us and remind us that in God's economy, there are no family members, no matter what they've done, that are undeserving of food and shelter, that are undeserving of dignity and care. The daddy in this story who gave such a big welcome to the younger brother who had completely insulted him by doing everything wrong. The daddy who gave a big welcome home to that kid is the same one who says to this older brother, everything I have is yours. Which means that for people of faith, our job is to care for both the younger brother and the older brother, all the siblings in the Holy Family. And I know that those of you who are people of faith in the Senate, in these hallowed halls, do your best to care for all God's children, all of our siblings. And to that end, I ask that we stand and pray. Oh God, bless all of us with discomfort at easy answers, half-truths, and superficial relationships so that we may live deep within our hearts. Oh God, bless us with anger at injustice, oppression, and exploitation of people so that everyone in this room may work for justice and freedom and peace. Oh God, bless us with tears to shed for those who suffer from pain, rejection, starvation, and war so that we may reach out with your hand to comfort them and turn their pain to joy. And may God bless us with just enough foolishness to believe that when we do the right thing, we can make a difference in this world, that we can claim that what others say cannot be done, absolutely and positively can. In your name we pray, amen.
we have we're not doing special presentations, but I did actually change the rules today a little bit. If I get everybody's attention real quick, please. I can have everybody's attention. I wanted to recognize some good law enforcement guys from down in South Georgia, Emmanuel County to be exact. And Secretary, read the caption, please.
A proclamation recognizing Middle Judicial Circuit District Attorney's Office and the Emmanuel County Sheriff's Office, whereas Middle Judicial Circuit District Attorney's Office and the Emmanuel County Sheriff's Office collaborated to arrest and federally indict 4 individuals on child sex trafficking charges, and whereas Middle Judicial Circuit District Attorney's Office specifically recognized District Attorney Tripp Fitzner and Chief Investigator Rocky Davis, and whereas the Emmanuel County Sheriff's Office specifically recognized Sheriff Jeffrey Brewer and Investigator Michael Reddish for their roles, and whereas the Middle Judicial Circuit District Attorney's Office and the Emmanuel County Sheriff's Office conducted a week-long investigation into a child sex trafficking operation in November 2025, and whereas District Attorney Tripp Fitzner and Sheriff Jeffrey Brewer combined offices and resources, thereby following the case from Emmanuel County to Savannah and Atlanta, and whereas authorities arrested 4 local individuals connected to the trafficking and exploitation of 5 minor victims, and whereas the Middle Judicial Circuit District Attorney's Office and the Emmanuel County Sheriff's Office were recognized by U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi for their outstanding work in this case. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the President of the Senate that the District Attorney Tripp Fitzner and Chief Investigator Rocky Davis of the Middle Judicial Circuit District Attorney's Office and Sheriff Jeffrey Brewer and Investigator Michael Reddish of the Emmanuel County Sheriff's Office receive the highest commendations from Lieutenant Governor and President of the Senate, Burt Jones, set forth on this 27th day of March in the year of our Lord, 2026, in Atlanta, Georgia. Burt Jones, President of the Senate. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the resolution? Hearing none, the resolution is adopted. If I get everybody's attention real quick, I'd like to recognize these heroes behind me. As we well know, unfortunately, in this day and time, we have a real problem in society, and it is under the heading of human trafficking. And it's happening to people both young and old, white and black. It doesn't matter. It doesn't discriminate against who gets put into those terrible situations. And in Emmanuel County, Georgia, small county in South Georgia, our fine Sheriff Brewer and his team here behind me broke up a ring of predators recently that were trafficking 4-year-old children. Now, 4-year-old children. Just let that sink in for a little bit. It's horrible situation. But if it can happen in a small town like Emmanuel County, that means it can happen anywhere in this country. So we want to recognize and thank Sheriff Brewer for all his hard work and his team behind me. And let's stand and give them a big round of applause, please. I'd like to recognize the district attorney from there, Tripp Fitzner, and y'all please give him your attention as he tells how all this happened, and we appreciate you being here today, sir.
No offense to y'all, I'd much rather be talking in a courtroom than here. This is a new experience for me, but this is one of those cases that you don't ever expect can happen in your own backyard. It's certainly nothing that you ever look for, but one of the advantages of living in a small town is that you just know folks. And so we had a case that started as, I hate to say simple, but it just started as an exploitation case. And because we're a small town, we were able to recognize some of the individuals in it. We contacted the sheriff's office and the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Georgia, and it just kind of spider web from there. And they have been working in Atlanta, they've been working in Savannah and in Emmanuel County, and it's gotten much larger, and it's still ongoing today. But what this case is to me is just an example of what folks can do when they work together and they don't concern themselves about who gets credit. This took a lot of different folks working together, combining resources to keep kids safe. And that is the most fundamental part of our job, is protecting children who are the most vulnerable people in our society. It's why I got into prosecution. We have a great sheriff, and he's here today with his investigator, Michael Reddish, who worked tirelessly. The sheriff's office devoted every resource that they could to working this case. And I'm also very proud to have Rocky Davis, who is my chief investigator here, who also worked tirelessly for this case. And it's just an example of what folks can do by working together and not concerning themselves about who can get credit. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak to y'all today. Thank you very much.
All right, good job. To introduce our doctor of the day, I recognize the senator from the 38th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very happy to once again welcome Dr. John Gleason to the chamber as our doctor of the day. Dr. Gleason is an orthopedic surgeon with Resurgent Orthopedics. And I told him that he's been here so often that we might need to just get him a seat. But I told him we need the seat to be in the House, not in the Senate, so he doesn't take mine. So very glad to have him here. It's always great to have him here and have a conversation with him. Just a joy to have Dr. Gleason here. So everyone, Dr. John Gleason.
Thank you. So thank y'all for your hard work. I know y'all got a lot done so far this session. You got less than a week. So hang in there and finish the job. Thank y'all.
All right, good job. Appreciate it, Don. I appreciate it. Thank you. Are there any unanimous consents? Does anyone wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? Recognize the senator from the 24th, the man from Columbia County. If anybody needs any wheat straw, that's the man you call on right there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to tell you about an event that happened yesterday. Yesterday, about 3 or 4 months ago, the senator from the 49th and the former senator from the 49th, their nephew was killed in a tragic accident on the farm. And yesterday, Rebel Auction had the honor to auction off all the estate for the family. Rebel Auction is an auction company that I deal with quite often. And we have always in the past, when we had auctions to where we had to auction off a farmer, a citizen that got killed in an accident and left a family. We've always tried to some way come up with a solution to be able to raise more money than normal for that family. The senator from the 49th nephew was a young man, and he had a young family. He had a family of just 2 small children. Ladies and gentlemen, they was fixing to build a house. I'm here to tell you, yesterday in the middle of the auction, on a beautiful farm in Clarksville, Georgia, in the mountains, in the hills, in the middle of the auction, they have a cabin right there on the farm and a stream behind the cabin. And people can come there and spend the night, and then they can go trout fishing in the morning. Well, as always with Rebel Auction, we always dream up some kind of way to raise money for that family. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, we've auctioned off a one-night stay in that cabin and be able to trout fish the next morning with a guide. All you had to do is just come go fishing. I'm going to show you how real farmers and how leaders really come together when it's a true need. The first bidder bid it up to $7,500. He was the high bid. He says, after the bid, he said, guys, I don't even fish. He said, bid it again. Another businessman in the area that had dealt with the family over the years, they bidded $6,500. They said they won't let me go fishing, so bid it again. Rebel Auction actually bid it and got the high bid. They said bid it again. Ladies and gentlemen, this happened for about 15 minutes, back and forth. And I'm here to tell you of a person in this chamber that stepped up to the plate yesterday and showed his true leadership. A man that knows how to lead the great state of Georgia. And I was blessed to be able to bid for him. And I'm here to tell you, our one and only great Lieutenant Governor bidded, and he was a high bid. He gave back to that family. It was a great cause, a much needed cause. And he shows his leadership that he didn't really have to do it, but he did it. And I want all of us to give him a clap ovation, standing ovation for our great Burt Jones, our Lieutenant Governor. I'm here to tell you, I stopped by the Senator's 49th little store up there in the mountains, and I got y'all a little gift on there from their family, showing their love for y'all being supportive of him. And at that time, yesterday, within 10 to 15 minutes, we was able to raise that family $63,000 for her to be able to build a home that they was going to build. And thank you. And Lieutenant Governor, I just want you to have a little gift from that family.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. But our hearts go out to that family. That's Senator from the 49th and his wife. That was their nephew. young man, 30 years old, out working on a logging crew, and just a freak accident. Got hit directly in the head by a log, and just tragically killed him instantly. So our thoughts and prayers go out to that family. They, he's got two little ones, both under the age of 5 years old, I believe, and that so that was the least we could do, and I appreciate you saying that. But that family is going to have a tough road ahead. So just keep them in your thoughts and prayers, please. So, and Senator from 49th, please know anything you need from us, we'll be there for you and your family. So, thank you. Recognize Senator from the 10th. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, and the presiding officer's body for extending this courtesy to those of us that represent DeKalb County. I am here to recognize Georgia Perimeter Technical College. Dr. Tavares, 4 years ago, this body allocated $4 million to build a logistics center. That center project $6 million. It turned into a $12 million project, and truly one of its kind in that it was a public-private partnership between Stonecrest, the state of Georgia, and the federal government. Even contributed $2 million toward the completion of the project. And I'm just here to say and recognize those from Georgia Perimeter Technical College for building a tremendous logistics center. Transportation Logistics Center was now the largest on the East Coast. Dr. Tavares, please.
Thank you so much, Senator Jones. I just want to say thank you to this legislative body. We're at Georgia Piedmont Technical College is one of 22 technical colleges in this state. And this body, you have done a great job of supporting the work that we do. We're all about getting people jobs, and we proudly serve DeKalb, Rockdale, and Newton counties. And so we're in the transportation epicenter. And so this transportation center will serve over 800 people. Every single semester. They will get jobs as diesel technicians. Anybody hiring out there? I don't know. But anyway, they're getting jobs as diesel technicians, truck drivers. We'll be training electrical line workers. So about 800 students that will be trained every single day at this center located in Lithonia. And I'll also say that it brings me great pride to know that our students, when they graduate from one of our technical colleges, specifically Georgia Piedmont Technical College, 98% of them get a job. So these are careers where they make good money, they get a job, so there's almost a guarantee that you will get a job when you graduate one of our technical colleges. And we're so proud of the work and the support that's been offered by our delegation in DeKalb County, but also thank you all for your support of the technical college system of Georgia. Thank you so much.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Uh-huh. Recognize Senator from 46. Senator from the 8th.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We have a special birthday today from someone who's a dear friend to all of us. She has represented the grocery industry all of her life. Of course, she always helps us in making sure things are straight in the ante room. She is a great American, and she has been married to Al for all of her life, and Al's a great American as well. She's a great friend of all of us. If y'all will, put your hands together for Miss Kathy Cassava, if y'all don't mind. Miss Kathy, we love you. Happy birthday. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Recognize the senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to recognize a wing of the Civil Air Patrol, if y'all will, up in the balcony there. They are a division of the U.S. Air Force, and they do search and rescue and serve our state when there are disasters and search and rescue missions. And welcome them this morning, if you will, with a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 35th.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Just really briefly wanted to share some thoughts that oftentimes two things can both be true. Again, just want to express that oftentimes two things can both be true. Yes, we live in a great country that I love dearly, experiencing some of the best of the Lord's blessings and generosity. Also true is we too often play the role of an ancient Egypt and an ancient Babylon. And I know we like to think of ourselves as the hero, but if we do some self-reflection, too often we are the Babylon caricature. Displaying some of the worst of pride, greed, and arrogance. May we choose to self-reflect and refrain from mocking God in both little and big ways. And we can start right here with this chamber. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 28th.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. It's countdown time, as you all know. And today we have the honor and privilege of welcoming a person from across the waters, the Honorable Mr. Jermaine Sawa-Olu to the Georgia State Capitol. I'm truly delighted to be one of the folks that host you during your executive visit to Atlanta. Georgia stands as a global hub for commercial, cultural, and innovative areas and industries. And we do deeply value the important work of the Lagos State Office of Diaspora Affairs in strengthening connections between Nigeria and the communities from around the world. Your leadership is very honored here today in the diaspora relations, and it's very impactful and inspiring and strongly resonates with our shared vision here in Georgia. So during your visit, we look forward to meaningful discussions on strengthening the relationships for trade, especially bilateral trade between us and Nigeria, and investments between Lagos State and Georgia, exploring opportunities in technology and urban development, and expanding cultural exchange programs that celebrate the deep-rooted ties between our regions. Again, we are excited about the possibilities ahead and honored to welcome you. And will you please stand and get a warm, oh, you're here. I'm looking up here for you, sorry. Yes. So I see Miss Portia Gordon has done it again. She brings all the diplomats here. Thank you so much. And I didn't mean to mess your name up. The Honorable Jermaine Sanwo Olu. As many times as I've been to Africa, and especially Nigeria, I should know how to pronounce your name, because I've been about 29 times in the past. And my DNA just told me that I am 70% Nigerian, right? So this is my sisters and brothers, Lieutenant Governor, and I bring them here today. We honor you and we thank you for coming, and I look forward to sharing with you, because I know y'all open for business and Georgia's open for business. So when we talk, good things happen. Thank you very much for welcoming. Will y'all welcome my guests? Thank you. I yield the will. I think.
Recognize Senator from the 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy today to honor the Natural Gas Association of Georgia. It's comprised of over 50 companies and municipalities that provide natural gas service to all of Georgians. Over 2 million homes and businesses are connected up to natural gas for energy, heating, cooking, etc. The organization has an Everyday Energy Heroes campaign to spotlight members of the organization that have been a particular benefit or help to the public. So I think I've got them up here in the gallery. I'd like to honor Lonnie Robinson, Robert Gordon, Alex Philemon, Everett Rhodes, Danny Hughes, Tabitha Shepard, and David Martin for being nominated for that high honor this year. Welcome them to the Senate chamber. Thank you. Great to have you all. Keep up the good work.
Recognize Senator from the 34th. Recognize Senator from the 17th.
Let's see this. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senators, I just rise today to recognize the life and legacy of two Georgians. One, Mrs. Clarabelle Dixon Craig, who was aged 90 years old, one of the oldest members of the Dixon clan of Jonesboro, and a family member. And she lived in Riverdale, retired after 30-plus years at the United States Postal Service, and was mother of Zion Hill Baptist Church in Atlanta. Her funeral was this week. The other one is Deacon Willie Finch of the New Pleasant Grove Baptist Church in Forest Park, Georgia. He will be funeralized on tomorrow. He was married to Mrs. Annabelle Pittman Finch, and they had 7 wonderful children in Forest Park, where he lived since 1958, one of still the longest living residents of that area. Let me just say a couple of things about him. He was one of the all in Forest Park. Mr. Finch opened doors for his community, not only changed the life of countless children in the state of Georgia, but also allowed his son Rodney to be drafted by the Atlanta Braves. He never ran for public office, but he was known as one of the best politicians in Clayton County and offered his support and friendship to many key political figures in the county. We will miss Deacon Finch. He was a community activist and leader in the Clayton County area. So today, I ask that we will please stand and offer a moment of silence for Mrs. Clarabelle Dixon Craig and Deacon Willie Finch.
Please allow the senator to have a moment of silence here. Quiet down, please.
Amen. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this morning to celebrate and congratulate the new incoming president of Henry County School System. Henry County School System is a system of roughly 42,000 kids, and Dr. Pace came in at a time when there was a lot of turbulence and unreadiness in the school system. And Dr. Pace, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the great work that you and your staff has done in managing the Henry County School System, which is now considered one of the best in the great state of Georgia. Thank you, Dr. Pace, for your leadership.
Recognize the senator from the 54.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my friends, it's my honor today, and they're actually coming in now, and for us to honor these. We have special guests. The Maury County Lady Indians basketball team this year won the 2A state championship in basketball for Maury County, and it's the first state championship that Maury County Lady Indians have won since 1965, so it's going back a long time. We're mighty proud of these young ladies for what they've endured through the season. And in the final, they wind up defeating Hardaway 51-48, the 2026 final. And we are most proud of these young ladies. If you ladies will please stand up and let us recognize you. Also, with the ladies, we have Chris Tipton, head coach. Adam Winkler, assistant coach, and also Ben Alver as assistant coach. And we are mighty proud of what you've done for not only to represent Maury County, but to represent Northwest Georgia in my favorite sport of all, in basketball. Thank y'all for being here.
All right, good job, ladies. Good job. Thank you, Senator from the 54th. Recognize Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I rise to recognize the families and supporters of Amber Nicole Thurman, Candy Miller, and Adriana Smith, who were joined by reproductive justice advocates for a day of witness and accountability for their preventable deaths, as well as the many others whose names remain unknown. They are gathering and grieving for the material impacts of anti-abortion extremism and the policies they uphold by drawing on the tradition of bearing witness, offering testimony, and taking collective action in the face of injustice. The families and advocates are here today to honor the lives lost, near misses, and criminalization that continue to have devastating impacts on both pregnant Georgians and those who care for them. We know from the findings of recently published research that even when Georgians face medical emergencies, pregnancy loss, or pregnancy as a result of assault, care is being dangerously delayed, denied, and distorted from what providers know is medical best practice. Today, we urge you to hear from the families of Amber Nicole Thurman, Candy Miller, and Adriana Smith, who have directly experienced this harm created by Georgia's abortion ban. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak on the point of personal privilege? Hearing none. You have before you a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none. The resolution on consent calendar is adopted. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 1045 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others, a resolution recognizing and commending Andrea Young upon her retirement as Executive Director of the American Civil Liberties Union of Georgia and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? Hearing. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 1053 by Senator Anna Vitarte and others, a resolution commending President Donald J. Trump for his leadership and continued efforts to make home ownership more affordable and achievable for all Americans by reducing regulatory barriers, adopting innovative platforms, expanding housing supply, protecting prospective home buyers, and advancing policies aimed at restoring the American dream of home ownership and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? Hearing none, resolution is adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw or commit? You have before you a consent calendar of local bills. Mr. Secretary, have there any objections been filed?
Mr. President, Senator Jackson of the 41st, Senator Harrell of the 40th, and Senator Jones of the 22nd have filed an objection pursuant to Senate Rule 4-2.8b on Senate Bill 346. Mr. President, that completes the order.
All right, so we'll remove SB 346 from the local consent calendar and we'll take it up by itself. Is there objection to agreeing to the Board Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations, which is favorable to the passage of the bill on the local consent calendar? Chair hears none. The Board Committee is agreed to. Questions on the passage of the bill on the local consent calendar? All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 47, the nays are 0. And this bill on the local consent calendar, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read Senate Bill 346.
Senate Bill 346 by Senator Jackson of the 41st. A bill to be entitled an act to amend an act providing for the compensation of certain county officers and officials of DeKalb County, approved March 31st, 1976, as amended so as to revise the compensation of certain judges, judicial officers, and county officers, to make conforming changes related to court names changed by general law, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Government Operations recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Government Operations offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 346, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act providing for the compensation of certain county officers and officials of DeKalb County, approved March 31st, 1976, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 41st.
Mr. President, I move that Senate table SB 346.
Senators move that SB 346 be tabled. Is there objection? Not objection, that is tabled. Recognize the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, it's unanimous consent that the following bills be engrossed: HB 229, HB 583, HB 960, and House Bill 1070.
Read the caption.
House Bill 229 by Representatives Neal of the 79th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-8-3 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to exemptions from sales and use taxes so as to exempt from local taxes the sale or use of materials used in construction of capital outlay projects for educational purposes that were approved and funded through a constitutionally authorized education special purpose local options sales tax for other purposes. Mr. President, House Bill 583 by Representatives Glade of the 67th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-2-85 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to license plates for certain veterans so as to increase the number of free license plates issued to certain veterans, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. House Bill 960 by Representatives Clark of the 108th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 15-6-2 of the OCGA relating to the number of judges of Superior Court so as to provide for a 12th judge at the Superior Courts of the Gwinnett Judicial Court, to provide for related matters, to provide for ineffective dates, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. House Bill 1070 by Representatives Hagan of the 156th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to income tax, imposition, rate, computation, exemptions, and credits so as to increase and extend an income tax for expenditures on the maintenance of railroad track owned or leased by Class 3 railroads, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I didn't think we'd get objection here, Senator. Already. I hadn't even asked a question. All right. So the Majority Leader has moved on House Bill 229, 583, 960, and 1070 to engross, and the Senator from the 41st has objected. Would you like to speak to it, Senator? Majority Leader? No? What about you, Whip? Minority Whip? All right, well then we'll just vote on it. All those in favor of engrossment will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to engross, the yeas are 31 and the nays are 18, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the senator from the majority leader.
Mr. President, it's unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 54th for business inside the Capitol.
All right, without objection, the senator from the 54th is excused. Moving on to the rules calendar. House Bill 960. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 960 by Representatives Clark of the 108th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 15-6-2 of the OCGA relating to the number of judges of Superior Courts so as to provide for a 12th judge of the Superior Courts of the Gwinnett Judicial Circuit, to provide for related matters, to provide for effective dates, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Ethics recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, the 11th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Ethics offers the following substitute to House Bill 960, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elections and primaries generally so as to require that the list of eligible voters is posted and made public prior to each primary or election, to provide for civil fines in the event that registrars fail to remove a person from the list of registered voters following a successful challenge, to revise provisions related to the uniform system of election equipment to be used after July 1st, 2026, to provide provisions related to ballot design, to provide that timing marks may be used on ballots to determine an elector's marked selections, to require the posting of a list of electors who cast ballots in an election upon the closing of the polls, to require the Secretary of State to maintain an archival database of such lists, to revise provisions related to data that must be posted with the scanned ballots following the closing of the polls, to revise provisions related to certain recounts of votes, to revise provisions related to risk limiting audits, to provide conforming changes, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, a minority report has been attached. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 960 has changed completely from its original bill, and it has become what started as Senate Bill 568. You probably remember that from crossover day. That was a bill to move us to a hand-marked paper ballot system, functionally for this year's November election. And there's really three primary changes in this bill from version 568. My intent is to walk you through those three changes, answer a couple of questions, and then get out of the well, because I know we got a lot of bills and we've adjudicated this extensively. The first change you'll see on line 32 and 39. Originally, this bill had a $10,000 fine for failure to comply with the provisions of either voter registration challenges or elector challenges. That went down to $1,000, then ultimately to $100 in the version of the bill that is before you. So we've reached somewhat of a compromise on that piece. One of the changes in the bill you won't see in the bill, because it was a complete removal of what was previously Section 9. And Section 9 moved us to assigned advanced early voting locations. So today, in about 27 of our counties, we have multiple advanced early voting locations, and you can go to any of those advanced early voting locations. And we have changed 568 in this version of 960, so that remains the state of law. It will require the stocking of more ballot permutations, which is what we were trying to avoid and why we previously had sought to assign advanced early voting locations. But there was some heartburn about that, so we took it out. Now there's heartburn about us taking it out, but such is life in the Gold Dome, and I'll be happy to answer kind of the pros and cons of what I think that is. And then the last change that you see is lines 278 to 284. Now, nothing changed with the language here, but it was previously in a section of code that related to risk-limiting audits, and we have now moved it to a section of code that relates to recounts. And so this is not a functional change. Functionally, this does the same thing that the last bill did, whereas it requires a manual recount of certain elections, and those elections are within 1% differential. And that was previously just in a different code section, frankly, where it just didn't quite line up. And if you recall, I mentioned that we intended to fix that if the bill got to the House, and we're just making that change here now that we're taking a second crack at it. So, Mr. President, those are the changes in the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I should say I'll answer a few because I do want to keep this moving, listen to the opposition give speeches, and then close debate if necessary.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Recognize the Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll spare you the poster board today because we know what it says and you already know what the poster board is all about. That this is yet another bill to try to tickle Donald Trump's very fragile ego and remind him that he's the greatest, the best, whatever. So you guys know that. We have moved into a troubling posture, talking about building politics, of this being the strong arm moment to get done what couldn't get done on crossover day. We had a lot of folks out of the building on crossover day at that late hour. A lot of E's on the board. People had elsewhere to be. But we know what was really going on, which is that several members of the majority caucus have immense heartburn over this bill. You know that it's not necessary and that it's more of the same. And just to be clear, I mean, I'll call it out in the language of May and November. Everybody's got a shtick, right? Senator from the 19th has income tax. Senator from the 51st has license plates. John F. Kennedy has a name. And the senator from the 27th has election intrigue. And that's all it is intrigue. Made up, concocted, smoke and mirrors to cater to primary voters. I mean, it's really quite simple. And let's be very clear about the lies upon which this bill is based. All of the arguments we heard in the previous debate about supposed infirmities in the ballot marking devices. Look, you're not going to hear objection from Democrats that hand-marked paper ballots are the gold standard for election integrity. But what's also the gold standard for election integrity is predictable administration that is not on a rushed timeline. And this false sense of urgency that somehow these wholesale changes, which are unfunded mandates to the Secretary of State's office, by the way, the idea that these mandates or these changes need to happen immediately this year, November 2026, is based on a lie. It's based on a false urgency that comes from lies about the current system. I think it's important for Georgians to hear that there are an array of regulations and rules that protect our election administration from undue harm or influence. I'll list a handful of categories. Network and software restrictions. There are rules in Georgia that say that software on ballot marking devices, scanners, poll books cannot be modified without prior Secretary of State approval. They can't be connected to the internet. No other software may be loaded on these computers. EMS rooms must be locked. They have to remain password locked when they're not in use. B, physical security, surveillance, seals, and transport controls. There are rules about secured storage and electronic surveillance and protections at storage sites, numbered seals on ballot markers and scanners, secure transport, protection from unauthorized access. Category C, pre-election logic and accuracy testing. Georgia rules require public notice, open observation, testing of ballot markers, printers, scanners, poll books. Category D, read-only media and physical security review. In 2023, the SOS said counties implemented a policy of transferring election projects on read-only media, and then Georgia partnered with DHS and others to review the physical security of every location where voting equipment is stored. And folks, if your eyes glazed over, if you got bored listening to the litany of protections that Georgia law already has in place, then congratulations, you are a friend of normal times. You are a friend of policy that does not pop off the page, break the news cycle, win Republican primary elections. Most people want government to be boring and to just run as it's intended to run. Most voters don't want to have to think about pre-election logic and accuracy testing because we want to trust that good people in government and that experts are running our elections in a fair way. Well, the senator from the 27th is making his political bed by trying to undermine your trust in elections, by trying to disrupt the assumption of regularity that most voters assign to our election administration. And by voting yes on this bill, every member of the majority today is going to co-sign that effort to undermine the public's trust in the integrity of our election systems. And I need not remind you of the irony that comes with graciously accepting your own win come November and saying, yes, the results were correct when they elected me, but casting doubt on the election of every other person that you want to cast doubt on because it's good for your base politics. Folks, I hate to give credence to the Senator from the 27th's prediction of we'll listen to opposition speeches today, but this is the cost. This is the cost of bad policy. This is the cost of campaign talking points, is that you invite principled objection in the hallowed halls of the Georgia General Assembly. You invite a cacophony of voices to, with principle and with passion, object to bad policy making made for purely political purposes. That is the price you pay. So I know I hear the groans about how many speeches you're going to give, and folks go to the ante room and they get a milk or they get lunch and they wait for the opposition speeches to be over. But the price you pay for bad policy is to sit through a recitation of the truth. Mr. President, I will yield for questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the second.
Thank you, Mr. President. I always start off with these election bills with the adage, you can shear a sheep year after year, but you can only skin him once. I want to talk about HB 960. Heard this a few different times, voted no in committee, and I want to come back and address a couple things real quick. Starting off with Section 13. The State Election Board shall be responsible for overseeing the administration of this code section by election superintendents and shall be authorized to promulgate rules, regulations, and proceed all these things. Then it says, line 293, the Secretary of State shall have no role in conducting, overseeing, or administering the provisions of this code section unless requested by the State Election Board. Now, this is an unelected, unaccountable board to anybody that happens to be partisan political appointees. If we are going to be serious about elections, you ought to bring the minority party a 2/3 amendment so that we could add them to the Constitution so that they could be elected and elected statewide, and then the people of Georgia have an opportunity to vote on who's on the State Election Board. Because right now, I don't know any of the folks on the State Election Board. They get appointed by somebody that was elected, but clearly feelings change after you elect somebody. You may not like them like you used to. They might not be the same person you thought you voted for. So if we were going to be serious about elections, we would absolutely allow folks to elect them, because we elect the Public Service Commission. They regulate utilities. And guess what? What did we have an election? And guess what? Two folks lost, and two new folks on the Public Service Commission because folks said the light bills was too high. And they voted to have a little change. And guess what? If we deal with elections, we ought to be electing these folks so they have some accountability to the people for what they do, because they have too much power to be unaccountable and to be unelected. Now, moving back, Mr. President, we go back through Section 12 here, talking about a recount and the provisions for a recount. And we're going to be performing recounts and risk limiting audits on the same election. But I do have a problem with the recount provision because it does not talk about how you balance the hand recount. Humans are known to make mistakes, and we're known to be fallible. We're known to have errors. If that were not so, we would not have a Bureau of Prisons. We would not have a corrections department, because people do make mistakes. So you want us to have a hand recount, and if the hand recount stands, then the machines didn't count right? Well, I have plenty of understanding. If you remember, you used to bubble on the test, and your teacher spent all day trying to grade that test if you bubbled A, B, C, or D. But I remember when they came out with Scantrons, and you had to have a number 2 pencil. And if you took the test with a pen, guess what? The Scantron machine kick it back out. But I promise you, the Scantron graded more tests for me than that teacher could ever grade. But guess what? That was final. The results were final, because it would read the bubbles that you bubbled. And if you were left-handed like me, sloppy on the paper, it would reject it, and you'd have to come back and fix your error on whatever that particular bubble was. The teacher bring it back to you. You have to re-erase all of those issues. But guess what? We don't talk about how to balance this hand recount. We just say the hand recount, if there's a difference in the votes cast, well, how do we know who's going to be doing the recount? Who's going to get selected to do this labor-intensive recount? And if you just call the names out all day long, well, I was in a recount. I told the senator from the 27th I was in a recount in 2020 when I first ran for State House, and we got the numbers wrong quite a few times. And the only thing that kept the election the way the voters intended, where we were balancing back to the tabulations of what the machines had, and when there was a difference, my election superintendent would say, well, let's go back and look at it one more time, because this is what the machine counted, this is what the tabulators said it was. I think there's a disagreement here. And we would go back and recount, but then let me tell you what happened. We certified my election. It was down to 20 votes in the House, but then we certified it at 19 because somebody had lost a sheet of paper. There was one vote missing. He said, well, we can go back and recount everything again, or do you want us to certify at 19? I said, no, we've been here long enough. It's cost me a lot of money. Let's certify at 19. Both me and my opponent, we had people in there hand counting the ballots, and it was all day. And you would hear the names back and forth, and people made mistakes. So I've got an issue with that, Mr. President. And I'll walk through the rest of the bill. When we talk about how we're going to deal with these scans and we're going to deal with this equipment and these machines, I just want to know, why did we just not take the effort to upgrade the current Dominion system and update the software so that the equipment we already bought can be used in the elections that we already have? I'm certain there could be some modifications purchased, there could be some things added so that we can continue to use the equipment, because I know that when we talk about fiscal responsibility, I know you all in the majority party want to make sure we do the best with tax dollars, but this is not the best use of tax dollars. If we've invested millions of dollars in a system and equipment we're going to throw away just to buy new equipment, then why do we buy the equipment in the first place? Somebody had to be sleeping at the wheel to do that. So why not use the current scanners we have and update the equipment and update the software so that we can use what we already have? Mr. President, as I move to the front of the bill, draw attention to Section 2. This previous biennium, we still have fines of $100 per registration not properly removed. Well, you know, we created a burdensome process for Board of Registrars, because now you can challenge any voter if you just have a reasonable suspicion. If I don't like the senator from the 15th and I have a reasonable suspicion he shouldn't be voting, I go challenge his status, and he'd have to go and appear and prove that he is who he is and he is a registered voter. And if you don't believe me, myself and the senator from the 1st had an issue in Savannah and Chatham County where they challenged a bunch of college students at Savannah State, and all those college students showed up. But then there was somebody in Bryan County that challenged all those folks' right to vote, and they showed up to the meeting 500 hard. They were mad because their right to vote had been challenged. They wanted to know who allowed their right to vote to be challenged. And I reminded them, I said, my colleagues in the majority party just changed the ruling on that says you just got to have a reasonable suspicion, and with that, you can challenge anybody's right to vote. Just a reasonable suspicion. Don't have to submit any proof. So now you got people coming with 500 to 1,000 lists of names to challenge folks' right to vote. And now those folks have to respond, show up, answer. We're waiting on the USPS, which y'all know how long it takes, mail, because if you're in Savannah, I reminded my colleagues when we had another election bill, when they wanted folks to come back to Fulton County to appear for their voting status to be challenged, that mail doesn't come to Savannah. It goes down to Florida first, sits down there for 3 days, then comes back to Savannah. Sometimes folks might not get the notice in time. I said, why don't you make it certified mail so at least somebody has to sign for it, because you're dealing with folks' right to vote. And so if you're going to challenge folks, well, if you put a list of 500 people out, they got to mail out 500 notices. 500 people have to come and appear to prove that they have the right to vote. We're moving towards a banana republic with some of this voting stuff, because it does not make sense, and the average layperson does not understand what you're trying to accomplish. But $100 for each fine for each person that's not properly removed, well, what are the steps to make sure that we're complying, to make sure that people are properly removed? Because there are a lot of things that can go wrong, and we didn't do it right the first time. And my great-granddaddy was a carpenter, Mr. President. He would always tell me, sometimes you have to measure twice and cut once. I would encourage us to do the same thing. Let's measure twice and cut once, because we're cutting multiple times and we're doing a hatchet job in our elections to create confusion. Because if folks don't know how to vote, why wait until we have the largest election in state history to talk about making all these changes? We could have tried this out a little different than this. But I tell you what, What a tangled web we weave when we seek to deceive. And again, Mr. President, this is a bad bill. To quote my good friend, the senator from the 26th, this is a bad bill. And I would urge my colleagues to vote no, because there are a lot of things we could do, and this ain't it. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from the 38.
Colleagues, I rise today in strong opposition to House Bill 960 because at its core, this bill is not about improving elections. It's about undermining confidence in them. And I hope I'm wrong in saying this, but it truly feels like it's another attempt to give a colleague something to run on. And let's be clear, Georgia elections are already secure, they're already verified, already tested under a hell of a lot of pressure. We've proven that in 2020, we proved it in 2022, and yet here we go again. Relitigating the past, recycling conspiracy theories, and risking real harm to voters in the present. House Bill 960 would force sweeping changes to our election system, changes that counties would have just 4 months to implement before a major election. 4 months. That means ordering new equipment, training new poll workers, educating millions of voters across this state, all on a rush timeline that invites chaos, confusion, and mistakes. And when elections are chaotic, people don't feel confident. And when people don't feel confident, they don't participate. But something inside of me tells me that is exactly what we want to do. That is not election integrity. It is voter suppression by dysfunction. This bill requires hand counts for major races to begin within 2 days. 2 days. Not because our current system is broken, but because some folks refuse to accept the results. Let me say this plainly. We should not be rewriting election law to satisfy conspiracy theories. We should be strengthening democracy to serve Georgia. House Bill 960 also imposes fines up to $100 per challenged voter on local registrars. And here's the problem. There are no clear standards. So what happens? Registrars are put in an impossible position. Either remove voters and risk disenfranchising eligible Georgians, or keep them on the rolls and face financial penalties. That's not accountability, it's coercion. And when we've seen thousands of voter challenges filed at once, those fines can skyrocket, creating pressure to purge first and ask questions later. That is not a democracy. That is not how we should function. And then there's voter privacy. This bill exposes voter registration lists in ways that open the door to harassment and intimidation. At a time when threats against election workers are already rising, at a time when voters already feel targeted, we should be protecting people's rights, not putting a spotlight on them. And I want to talk about what this bill will do to the actual administration of elections. It slows down ballot counting, it delays certification, it increases costs for counties that are already stretched thin. All of this months before an election, and this is not reform, it's disruption by design. And I have to say this, while we debate this bill today, my district, which is here in Fulton County, is under attack yet again. We have a federal court case going on right now over seized ballots based on unsubstantiated, half-baked conspiracy theories by an FBI agent. And instead of moving forward, we're doubling down. This bill is a clarion call echoing all the way from the White House to this Senate chamber. Keep going. Keep relitigating 2020. keep chasing ghosts. Well, Mr. President, Georgia deserves better than ghosts. This bill may have been tweaked to gather a few more votes, but let's not mistake cosmetic changes for meaningful reform. At its core, it remains a dangerous proposal, one that risks disenfranchising voters, overburdening counties, and undermining trust in our elections. So I'll close with this. Democracy is not strengthened by making it harder to vote. It is not strengthened by sowing doubt. It is absolutely not strengthened by rewriting the rules every time someone doesn't like the outcome. Georgia voters deserve stability, they deserve fairness, and they deserve a system that works for everyone. Georgia is better than this, friends. And that is why I urge you to reject this House bill like we have already done so just a few weeks ago. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from the 35th.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I rise here and again strong opposition to the current House Bill 960. Just for the millions watching at home, this is the House bill that passed the House. It's House Bill 960. It used to be a beautiful bill. It was a bill from Representative Clark from the 108th District, and it was providing an extra judge in Gwinnett County. And then about 3 days ago, we had a resurrection of the worst kind, not the kind that we look forward to with Easter season, but a different kind of resurrection. And then we got this substitute bill. It's a new House Bill 960. Yeah, this one is a bill basically for the people watching. They took the same name, so it's still a House Bill 960. And then they took all of the insides of that bill out and then put new insides in. The new insides were the bill, it's the bill that got defeated a couple of weeks ago because it was a bad bill. And then now that bad bill got tweaked just a little bit and was now put inside of a new bill called the new House Bill 960. So basically, we have very, very, very important elections happening in 2026, which we all know. But our leaders here in this chamber want us to have a full, major-scale rehaul of our election systems that have to be implemented within a few months. We wouldn't do this for like even a county level or a city level thing, but we want this to be a statewide, like full revamping of our election system, which our whole apparatus would have just a few months to implement. Now, I'm sure that we can all agree, both sides of the aisle, that our election systems probably have room for improvement, and we can have those debates and make things better. But this rush to get it done before the 2026 election, that I can understand why we have some challenges. I can understand why my colleagues think that this is just a let me do right by maybe President Trump will like me effort. I don't know your hearts. You might really believe that our elections are in danger, and that's what's providing the urgency. But I think reasonable, rational people will know that you don't provide statewide, I should say, infrastructure change and think that it's going to happen just like that. As my colleague from the 38th mentioned, it's going to provide more chaos. I don't know if that's the intent. But if it provides more chaos, then maybe voters will have more suspicion of the election results. And from all the polls that I've seen over the last several months, the polls don't look good for my colleagues on the other sides of the aisle. Some of you came into this year very comfortable in your seats looking at demographics in the past, and then the polls have everybody a little extra nervous that maybe I won't be back next year. So maybe if we can just go along with this, hey, you can't really trust the elections anyway theory, maybe that helps you. I don't know your heart, but I can understand why folks are suspicious. At a time where trust in our institutions is at an all-time low, I don't think I'm using hyperbole here. Our trust in our political institutions, medical institutions, is at a low. I think that there is a reasonable debate to say, let's make our elections better. But I think even reasonable people will know that trying to rush this and trying to get it done in just a few months has a very high chance of causing more chaos. This is not what we need. We have a whole lot of Bible readers in this chamber, so I do like to appeal to Scripture. But there is a specific kind of characterization of somebody that uses the art of half-truths. Consistently blending something that's true and then conveniently blending things that are untrue to achieve a goal. It is a theme throughout Scripture. And I just don't want us to get so comfortable being so skilled in half-truths. Do our elections need improvement? Yes. Are there some very sneaky things that happen when you have a bill that died a couple of weeks ago and resurrected a few days ago, and now it just so happens to show up on the floor right before a session is over? That sounds suspicious. Let's do things that build trust. I understand on both sides of the aisle we have probably some shady characters, I'm sure. But I'm appealing to the best of us. None of us are perfect, but I think we should all try. And if we have a lot of half-truths in here, we have hidden agendas, and let's table this whole thing. Let's have a real conversation. Let's implement some improvements to our election systems that both sides of the aisle agree with, and maybe we'll be ready for 2028. I yield the will. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 55th.
My colleagues, I rise in opposition to House Bill 960. It's like Groundhog Day, over and over and over and over and over again. House Bill 960 is a conspiracy theorist's wish list dressed up as an election legislation. The sad thing about it is we are now taking good bills, like the bill affecting Gwinnett County, where I do represent, for a judge. And the next thing you know, it's now this Christmas tree. Now, we did that the other day on a bill. Was it 369? It was talking about motor vehicles. And then all of a sudden, it's an election law bill. This is really getting out of hand. And why do I focus on this? Because my thing is we are attacking democracy at its heart. We are instilling doubt in the American public. And when we lose faith in our institutions, when we don't believe in democracy, the alternative is not very pretty. The alternative is dressed up in such statistics as the Gallup poll coming out saying that only 39% of Americans trust the Supreme Court of our land. And among those persons who identify as Democrats, only 24%. Can you imagine that? Lady Justice is no longer blind. No, Lady Justice is being characterized as someone who can attack the 5 district attorneys in the metropolitan area and call it colorblind. We are now taking the instruments of justice and turning them on their heads. Georgia's elections must be by July 1st. My colleague said 4 months. No, it's 3 months. April, May, June, July 1st. By July 1st, with $0 appropriated to pay for it, overhaul the entire Georgia voting system, leaving counties holding the bag for new equipment, training, and workflows on an impossible timetable, creating chaos. There are some that don't want an election in 2026. Why? Because elections are changing. People are waking up. And I'm saying that we must wake up. We cannot give up this great experiment called America, where anything is possible. It's possible for me to stand in this well when I was down in middle Georgia, running around in the woods barefoot, not having a dream of standing here. But America is a place of possibilities. And if we take those dreams away, even those people who are dying in the journey from real terrorist environments, will be challenged to come to a place where there are these possibilities. We got to protect this possibility. We got to protect the voice of every voter. And that's why this mandatory post-election hand counting of every major race, every cycle, would take weeks. It's impossible. And then the fine has gone from $1,000 to $100. But it's still just bad faith, mass purge campaign targeting the wrong people. Then publishing a full voter roll turnout list by 11:59 on election night, hands real-time targeting data directly to the same networks running voter intimidation and challenging voter operations across swing states. And this is a concerted effort from Washington, D.C., all the way to Georgia. And that's the problem we have. We're attacking democracy at its core. I'm simply asking you to vote no. And I note that democracy is challenged even with bringing this legislation, because we cannot bring an amendment. I have the legislation, I propose legislation that we not change any election law 180 days before an election qualification. Why? Because to run for an office and then change the rules in the middle of the race simply because you may be of one party or another is simply not right. And I would dare say that when we engross this legislation and not allow any improvement, then we are challenging that notion called democracy. Mr. President, thank you for offering yourself for the highest office in our land. Thank you for that. And I challenge you even, and I challenge everyone who is offering for election to protect our democracy, to protect this because it's bigger than a party, and it has survived some very great storms, the bull corners of our latest history. It has survived the 60s. It survived so many things. It survived and was implemented with Bloody Sunday 61 years ago. All about voting. It's still about voting. Give me the ballot and not the bullet. That's why we have to protect America. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well. Oppose 960. and let's do right by Georgians. Let's deal with the issues of affordability. Let's deal with issues to get these people off the streets that are now homeless. Let's get people jobs. Let's get people real relief. Health care, education. I yield the well. Oppose 960. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from 36.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise to join my voice with those of many others here who've spoken against the House Bill 960 that's really an infamous bill. This whole effort that's been poured into defaming people, challenging the honesty and the credibility and the integrity of people who have worked the polls, of our Secretary of State, who's elected statewide and in charge of the election process. This has been going on. It's a drumbeat here in Georgia and across the land because Trump can't accept as the reality that he didn't win that 2020 election. So what does he have to do? Get his minions, and someday some of the folks in the sound of my voice will regret steps that they've taken to, kiss the ring of this guy when all the facts are out there. He's very busy right now conducting another war and asking for peace awards. But I'll not linger on that, but except to say, you may one day come to regret that you signed on to boost his lies around the country, and particularly here in Georgia, a swing state. So we have been subjected to a scrutiny and to a constant hammering and yammering, I would say, that our election process is fatally flawed. Anything can be improved. There are folks among us on the sound of my voice here in this chamber who've run elections in their counties and know very well the tedious and precise nature of that work, and who have carried out their duties honorably for decades. I will reflect for a minute as this bill is before us on my mother, who worked for between 3 and 4, maybe 5 decades as a poll worker, helping run elections in our hometown. And so I had a front row seat and a very personal experience of understanding what goes on as a poll worker. I saw her firsthand, the dedication, her commitment, the sense of public service, the pride in civic duty that I've seen to be commonplace among those dedicated poll workers that train and retrain and work a very long day, get up before dawn, are there ready at 7 o'clock with everything ready to go, precinct by precinct by precinct, and working a long day that stretches. By the time they're lucky if they get in bed by midnight. And they return to that duty again and again and again, and they do it not asking for blue ribbons and commendations, but simply taking pride in the civic duty of doing that. But we've seen in this state our poll workers attacked, defamed, demeaned, accused. We had Fulton County poll workers who were forced to go into hiding for their physical safety and to take care of their mental health. that was occasioned by the defamation that was spread. And you know, a court ruled that I believe it's $130 million. I'm not sure of exact figures now, but way up over $100 million of damages. And they ruled that Rudy Giuliani had to come forward and pay. He still hadn't finished that complying with that, as my knowledge. But people like my mother, who showed up, did the work because they believe in voting, they believe in the civic responsibility to vote, and they are ready to roll up their sleeves and help people vote by running a decent operation. So people who came before the Ethics Committee were brushed aside. They took a poll of the folks that run these elections in county after county. They took a poll, and way over 3/4 of them felt that this was a disastrous step to take. What they've predicted, and I've talked personally, not just to poll workers in Fulton County, where I live, but who come from across the state and reached out to us and are massively concerned. When we were had this bill before the Ethics Committee the other night, they were over in Athens, good people. They'd been called to Athens for a couple of days of training. You have to train your poll workers, and you have to train the leadership in the county by county level as you prepare for an election. And I heard the stories. There's going to be chaos when you have to retrain workers that have already been trained. When we're up here passing a bill that goes into effect July 1, after our election officials have already run the May primaries and the May runoffs, they got to turn and take all of these new twists and turns that this bill puts into place, and proceed then to with I believe, as one person said, I believe it is 3 months between April and July. So to me, it's just common sense that this is no way to run an election system. And I'm going to actually repeat what the senator from the 2nd lifted up, and that is that this state election board, which is unelected, appointed, answerable to no one, and have already exhibited extremely bad behavior in public, highly partisan, that they're going to be the ones that are placed in charge of this process when it comes to recounts and auditing, and that the Secretary of State is going to be forbidden from doing that. Do you all not see how preposterous that is? That the Secretary of State, elected statewide, has served in office now for more than a few terms. And by the way, the Secretary of State who declined to find votes when Trump called him up and asked him to do that, that Secretary of State is in this bill barred from participating in that process. And instead, the state election board, if you look on page 12, shall be responsible for overseeing the administration of this code section by election superintendents. The Secretary of State shall have no role in conducting, overseeing, or administering the provisions of this code section, unless the state election board deigns to ask for help. It's a bad bill, and there were amendments offered, and some prevailed that made things like this ludicrous $1,000 fine for each incidence if you fail to remove someone from the voting rolls that should be, each incidence. So we had amendments offered in committee, and some of them prevailed, and that was to take the $1,000 down to $100. Things like that. But the bill is fundamentally bad, and again, couched and based on a foundation that at its core is rotten, and that is the belief that the 2020 elections were rigged, and that that's the reason that we've got to go through the shenanigan of this. And quite frankly, even the most sensible thing that could be the approach that anybody would view as common sense, and that is that you put changes like this in place with a year of lead time, and not in July 1st of this very year where we're having massive statewide elections. On its face, the bill does not pass the smell test, and I am going to join with many in this chamber to vote against it. We're better than this. We can do better than this. We don't have to continue to spread lies and myths about the 2020 election and then justify this approach to crafting this bill. Mr. President, I will yield the well if there are no questions. Thank you. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like many of my colleagues, I rise in opposition to HB 960, but I think my colleagues have done a great job of talking about some of the bigger picture issues with this legislation, but I'd just like to talk a little bit brass tacks, how this functions, and some problems that I think we have. And first, I'll begin with how we got here. I think the premise that brought us to this place is that there is something wrong with our election system as it exists. The author of the bill has talked about there are vulnerabilities that have been proven to exist within our current voting machines. Well, that is true. Vulnerabilities have been proven, but some of those vulnerabilities equate to the equivalent of the same thing of if someone went to my car windshield with a sledgehammer, broke that windshield, and then wrote and said there was a vulnerability in the windshield, and that's somehow a problem when the problem was that somebody took a sledgehammer to my windshield. That's really what we're talking about, because many of the vulnerabilities that were found in these machines require people to be able to access the physical machine, get inside of it, and manipulate it. And there are enough mitigating protocols in place that prevent someone from ever getting a sledgehammer to the machine, to use my analogy. So I just want to say I actually fundamentally disagree with the premise that there's something wrong with the system in the first place. We have protocols in place to mitigate and to make sure that our machines are fair and continue to be secure. And that brings me actually to my major problem with this bill. This bill requires that we pre-print all of the necessary ballot permutations at an early voting location and have those on hand. So let me break this down for my own county, and I'll say to the author, we rose a stink about having to have a pre-designated early voting location because we called that voter suppression. I stand by that. However, while you have opened it up for us to be able to vote anywhere in our county, here's the problem. DeKalb County has over 500,000 voters, almost 600,000 registered voters in DeKalb County. We have over 400 different ballot styles. So what this bill requires DeKalb County to do, with no funding to help with that by the way, is to make sure that all 432 permutations of our ballots are on location at every single early voting location. You're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of reams of pre-printed ballots that are going to be sitting in somebody's fellowship hall. And for a smaller church, it's just going to be in the sanctuary. pre-printed ballots. And then I understand, I think the thought process is saying, you know what, we need to make sure that all the ballots are the exact same color. We need to stipulate by law what color is. The one thing that maybe could help us figure out if you have the right ballot permutation by changing the colors of them so you can easily, as an election worker, see like, okay, this is for DeKalb County District 41 and CD4. Instead of making those different colors, no, they're all the same color. They're all in the same fellowship hall, and while they have some long digital number, you're talking about humans who have to go in and make sure that me, the one DeKalb citizen who decided to go and vote way down south, that I get the exact right ballot amongst the 432 permutations. That's the system that we've created. We have built in all kinds of opportunity for human error, not alone the major security risk and concerns that I have when you have thousands and thousands of pre-printed ballots sitting in someone's fellowship hall. Now, I also want to name, and I think this is important to know, that our county governments are really concerned. And they're concerned rightfully because what we're asking them to do is implement a lot of change with a lot of training, and my colleagues have spoken to that. But we've also asked them to take on the burden of a grave cost to making this happen. Now, certainly, DeKalb County, it's a big enough county, they probably can find a great printer who will give us a, decent deal to pre-print all of our thousands and thousands of ballots. But for some of our smaller counties that don't have access to major printers, we are talking about substantial cost. And the other piece that I want to highlight that I see as a major problem with just the implementation of this bill as it is on its surface is that we have spent a lot of time in this body making sure that the wait time for voting is cut down. We've made sure that people don't have to stand in long lines. When SB 202 was passed and we complained that you couldn't hand out water, the response was you won't need to hand out water anymore because the lines won't be long anymore. We've done a lot of work to cut down on the wait time for people to be able to vote. But now, if we move to these pre-printed, hand-marked ballots in which there are 432 different permutations in one location, your wait time's going to go up. There's just no way to avoid it because the election worker is going to have to go and sort through, and despite how amazing and great my election workers are, they are going to have to go through and find my permutation amongst the 432. Wait times are bound to go up. And so all of the work that we've done to shorten the lines suddenly gets erased by virtue of us doing this. So again, I am clear. Georgia is moving in a direction of changing our system because there's been so much doubt seeded into our election system, even though we've proven that they are safe and secure. We're moving in that direction. I acknowledge that, but we do not need to move in that direction in such a hasty manner when we could actually work out some of these logistical kinks. There are solutions, and the author will tell you this. My issue with having all these thousands and thousands of pre-printed ballots, the solution is on-demand printers. Those exist. The author will say we have a procurement problem. That procurement problem only exists if we try to do this right now. If we just simply wait another year, procurement problem solved. All of these blank ballots that are stuck around in somebody's fellowship hall, those disappear as soon as we procure the on-demand ballots that are necessary. So we can go to hand-marked paper ballots if that is the will of the body. We just need to do this in a way that is systematic and that's logical and ultimately maintains the security of our elections. I fundamentally believe that if we pre-print 432 permutations of ballots in DeKalb County, put them in every single early voting location in the thousands that are necessary in order to meet the demand, we create our own security risk and we increase the cost substantially to our counties with no money to help them sort this out. So again, I urge my colleagues, based not on bigger issues, but even just on the logistical implementation issues that are included in this bill, I urge you not to vote for this bill. And with that, I will yield for questions.
All right, Senator. Recognize leader for minority leader. You ready to close it?
I'll yield for questions.
Senator from the 35th.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, I'll yield for my new friend from the 35th.
You made some interesting points. Isn't it true that counties bear the responsibility of the cost of these elections?
That's right. Counties, not only do they bear the responsibility and the brunt of the cost of these elections, they've also been blocked out. They are no longer allowed to apply for grants for outside agencies or outside places to help defer the cost. So they really do take on the full brunt and weight of the cost of these elections.
And isn't it also true that counties have had to deal with a series of special elections due to the number of folks leaving their seat, seeking higher office, different unique things that have been happening over the last 24 months in our counties?
Yes, that's right. I mean, even in my own county, we've had multiple special elections. I have a city that I represent that's going to have a special election. So absolutely, counties are having to bear the brunt of a lot of election costs.
Does the senator yield?
I will further yield for you.
Can you remind us how counties are funded to be able to afford all of these special elections and traditional elections?
Well, now, Senator, I believe you're just meddling, but I believe that they're often funded by property taxes, which there's particularly one chamber in this building that's not interested in continuing to fund property taxes. So we're creating even more problems on top of problems. But again, you're meddling with the business of another chamber right now, sir.
Does the senator yield to one last question?
I will yield for one final question from you, my brother.
Isn't it true that both property taxes are a challenge, but they also help fund something as sacred and important as free and fair elections?
The senator knows of what he speaks.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. President, I will yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. Obviously, I rise in opposition to this bill because it gives support and credence to the fallacy and the complaints that cause persons to storm our Capitol and try to overturn an election over non-ballot or even legitimate concerns. We know these complaints that took place were not credible because when other people win, the wild, outlandish accusations are not made. In 2024, no crazy lawsuits, no releasing of the Kraken, no phone calls asking for more votes, no Capitol storming, nothing. But even looking back at 2020, the election fraud that supposedly took place somehow missed the 30-some-odd Republicans that got elected to this body, somehow missed the many House members that got elected across the hall, somehow missed the Republican district attorneys and solicitors and mayors and sheriffs. It all magically skipped them. Instead, like some monster in the night, it basically only stalked supposedly one man. But it is ironic that today, a judge right here would decide aspects of the Fulton County case dealing with search warrants, dealing with the theft of ballots that occurred in Fulton County, dealing with the force of the federal government backed up by guns and search warrants. So it is ironic that we are debating a bill based on the same debunked theories that caused the federal government to use brute force coupled with the force of law to illegally steal election ballots. To vote for this bill gives legitimacy to the unfounded arguments being made right now to justify stealing those ballots. Just take two arguments that have been used that the federal government used to justify their theft. One was concerning missing ballot images. They used that as a reason within their search warrant, forgetting about the fact that it is the ballots that are counted, not the images. All of this already known to the federal government when they filled out their warrant. Another reason was the warrant was based on supposed double counting. Yet the federal government, in their own expert, says even if double counting took place, it was meant to align the recount, not to change the outcome. But it goes further. Even if their own expert says that even if double counting took place, it actually would have benefited President Trump. And that fact was actually concurred with by the Secretary of State after their own investigation. All of this known by the federal government, but still put those reasons down to issue a search warrant and forcibly walk into an election center with guns and badges. And we could go on and on about everything listed in those warrants that has been debunked. And not to mention, as has been mentioned, the huge unfunded mandates that are now being placed onto counties. But you have to understand, none of that matters. Logic does not matter. Facts do not matter, because it's all about keeping power. And every time the other side loses, this will keep occurring. Understand, this is not about election integrity. It is about the desire to control our state and our nation. It is about trying to move our state and our nation backwards. All of this is about a fear of change, the fear that those who have historically been discriminated against and dispossessed, that they now will have access to the levers of government. It is this fear that explains why we change how we vote for certain election office holders. It is this fear that causes bills to be filed to dictate how communities can vote for their office, for their officials. It is this fear that causes this body to continually keep getting involved in local communities, to where local control now means in the General Assembly what the General Assembly says local control means. And you can't reason with this fear. You can't provide logic. You can't argue with it. You can't amend it. So to the people of Georgia, if you want to defeat this fear, in 220 days, you must go out and win. If you want to stop this retreat backwards, in 220 days, you have to go win. If you want to end all of this in 220 days, you have to go win. So for Georgians that want progress, that want real change, want to stop hate and divisiveness, there's only one thing to do, and that is in 220 days, go win. And with that, I yield the well.
All right. That was the minority leader, and he just gave the minority report. Recognize the author from the 27th to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, there's a real dichotomy in the logic here, and that is the Democrats will tell you on one hand we should move to paper ballots. It's the gold standard. That's what we wanted to do in the first place. But now that we're trying to do it, it's a threat to democracy. Sunday, Bloody Sunday, voter suppression, Donald Trump. When we took the vote on Senate Bill 189 2 years ago, every Democrat in this chamber voted no. But now they come and tell you this is too fast and all we need is 1 year. Well, we voted on a bill that was 2 years, and every Democrat voted no. So it gets a little tiring to listen to the recitation of some of which I'm pretty sure was AI-generated content that was presented to you. We talked about a false sense of urgency, and this is all being done because of an election season. Mr. President, you and I, when you were in the chamber, co-signed a bill to move to paper ballots back in 2021. I did it again in 2023. I did it again in 2024, and now here I am in 2025. There was reference to the ludicrous fines that we might have if counties refuse to remove people who are illegally registered to vote from their voter rolls. And the senator from the 36th who made that claim of a ludicrous fine is not in the chamber at the moment, but all that she's got to do is open up her office window and look outside, and she will see something that I think is actually ludicrous. And that is a building across the street where hundreds of individuals are registered to vote illegally. And you could take a walk in any direction around this Capitol, you wouldn't have to go 5 minutes on your feet, and you'd find another location, probably dozens of locations, where people are registered to vote in violation of Georgia law. Mr. President, that is ludicrous. And to those of you watching at home, I chuckled, Senator from the 34th, you said, I think millions watching at home. To the millions watching at home, all that we're asking is for Georgians to become green, to vote the way that the vast majority of people in America vote. 67% of Americans vote on a hand-marked paper ballot. We're an outlier, Mr. President. Not are we one of the 2 states that is all yellow, but we're the only state that is using statewide software that was identified back in June of 2023 by the Department of Homeland Security, CISA department. I don't think Donald Trump was president. I'm sorry, 2022. Don't think Donald Trump was president back there. That identified 9 vulnerabilities, 9 ways in which our system is known to have the capacity to be compromised. And the very first suggestion, or I should say very first mitigation, is to contact Dominion Voting Systems to determine which software and or firmware updates need to be applied. Well, every other state that does use the software has followed that first mitigation, but Georgia hasn't. And I haven't heard a single Democrat in the last 4 years come down to this well and urge the Secretary to at least do that. Now, I'm not even an advocate of doing that anymore because I think it's time that we go to the green. But, Mr. President, there's been some what I would call fair, reasoned debate. I think that the minority whip made some valid points of concerns that I would say are just rooted in a policy difference. But there were some claims made today, Mr. President, that were completely outrageous, that impugn the integrity of people who have been working on this issue, that have impugned the integrity of people that brought bills to this chamber for the last half of a decade, and somehow tried to misconstrue it as something that we're only doing this year because it's an election year. With that, Mr. President, I thank you for your continued work on this issue, for allowing us to bring this bill back for a second chance, and hopefully our House colleagues, after we pass it today, will give it serious consideration. With that, I'll yield the well.
All right, that was the closing statement. So the question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection on the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 21. And this bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Senator from the 26th, for the purpose you rise.
Mr. President, I would like to serve notice that at the proper time I would ask for House Bill 960 for us to vote on it again. And giving it a constitutional majority, I serve notice. Is the time right now?
No better time than the present.
I doubt it. I think if it's the last day, you got to do it then.
Hold on one second, Senator. So on the motion to reconsider, we'll put it up on the board here. Motion to reconsider.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Governor, when have we put a motion for reconsider on the board to be voted on whether or not you can do it? These are not the last 2 days of the session. And in the last 2 days, you have to immediately reconsider.
That's what we're doing, Senator. So, Senator from 26 has made a motion to reconsider. Is their objection? There's objection. All those in favor of the reconsideration, all those in favor of reconsideration will vote yay. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to reconsider, the yeas are 21, the nays are 31, and this motion has failed. Moving on, House Bill, Secretary Reed, House Bill 229.
House Bill 229 by Representatives Neal of the 79th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-8-3 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to exemptions from sales and use taxes so as to exempt from local taxes the sale or use of materials used in construction of capital outlay projects for educational purposes that were approved and funded through constitutionally authorized education and special purpose local option sales tax, to provide for conditions, limitations, and dates of applicability, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance offers the following substitute to House Bill 229, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to income taxes so as to exclude tips and overtime compensation from taxation, to provide for reporting by employers, to provide for rules and regulations, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 27th.
Mr. President, House Bill 229, Senator from the 35th, this is another one that has been changed. That's part of the process. But it has been changed, I think, in a way, hopefully, that we'll agree to. Senators, y'all voted for this bill already in the IRC language, where we voted to comply with the no tax on tips and no tax on oversection portion of the IRC. That was then taken out, and so we have essentially encapsulated the language. We did not put this in the IRC, but we spelled out the provisions of the no tax on tips and no tax on overtime that are part of the one big beautiful bill, and that is what this bill is. Mr. President, I'll take any questions. If there are none, I will yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
I'll yield.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 974.
House Bill 974 by Representatives Burns of the 159th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027, to make and provide such appropriations for the operation of the state government and its departments, boards, bureaus, commissions, institutions, and other agencies, for the university system, common schools, counties, municipalities, and political subdivisions, for all other governmental activities, projects, and undertakings authorized by law, and for all leases, contracts, agreements, and grants authorized by law, to provide for the control and administration of funds, to provide an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Appropriations recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Tillery of the 19th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Appropriations Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 974, a bill to be entitled an act to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027, to make and provide such appropriations for the operation of the state government and its departments, boards, bureaus, commissions, institutions, and other agencies, for the university system, common schools, counties, municipalities, and political subdivisions, for all other governmental activities, projects, and undertakings authorized by law, and for all leases, contracts, agreements, and grants authorized by law, to provide for the control and administration of funds, to provide an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to present House Bill 974 on behalf of Representative Burns, Speaker Burns. The state's FY27 amended year budget. First, let me tell you thank you so much for allowing me to chair this committee for the past 7 years. It's my 13th budget and final, as you know, and it has just been an honor, and I appreciate the opportunity, the pleasure you all have given me to serve in this role for this committee. The FY27 budget is roughly $38.5 billion, about 4% over the budget that we saw, $400 million or so over the budget that we saw for last fiscal year. The Senate's budget on your desk invests in the futures of our people and our state. We, through investments, use these to accelerate and create positive tomorrows in the lives of young people, uplifting livelihoods and promising our workers salaries, and in some cases you'll see in this budget, our former workers, a little bit of inflation relief. We invest in education. We invest in public safety. We invest in health care and health care rates to our providers. We also continue our state's fight against maternal fetal mortality. We invest in transportation. And we invest in other areas that in the past we may have somewhat skipped over. The budget is laid out by departments, and you may or may not know the first departments in the budget is going to be, as you open the first page, it takes you straight to the State Senate. then takes you to the House, and then takes you to the judicial branch. And after that, it runs alphabetically through every single department of the executive branch till it ends up at workers' compensation. There are over 265 pages in the budget on your desk, and each line matters not just to the employees who work at that agency, but to the citizens across our state who receive benefits, assistance, help, aid, just an answer to a question at each one of those departments. Let me take a second now and begin peeling back that onion and walking through those different departments. Under the legislature at the Department of Audits, you'll see a 2% salary adjustment. That's mainly related to some new duties that we're going to require audits to do. In the past, you may have heard we've had an issue, particularly at Dublin City Schools. It has accelerated even today and this week. And what we found out is that the Department of Education was not either reading, accepting, or noticing they were accepting the audits from different school systems. Those have left Dublin City Schools and the people in Dublin in quite a predicament. Now they face a potential issue of insolvency. We are not going to allow that to happen in other school systems, and so you will see an increase in the Department of Audits related to the new duties there. At DOAS, the Department of Administrative Services, the Senate's budget is going to support funding for the state's new Enterprise Resource Program. We've been funding that for several years. We're going to continue that. And we do it for several reasons. One, though, that shouldn't be overlooked is that we as the legislature need greater visibility and accountability into these programs. Right now, if you were to ask me certain questions about the Department of Transportation, I simply can't tell you, even though you have allowed me to chair the Appropriations Committee. And as a bill's already passed this body to move to zero-based budgeting, that greater visibility and accountability is going to be absolutely necessary. In the judicial branch, we stuck with a House position related to judge pay, and we've also supported the House position of setting a state pay salary of $175,000 for each district attorney. We have created 3 judgeships almost every year that I've been chair. I think we might have taken a break during the COVID years where we were taking 15% out of the budget. But we want to look in the Senate side at that judicial formula a little more. The formula is set up where it will always show you need a new judgeship each year. We're not necessarily certain that's where we need to move forward in the future. So while we're evaluating this judgeship creation formula, we've also taken and added $300,000 to the Senate budget for senior judge days. We hope that this helps bridge over that program as we look at whether or not we should be creating additional judgeships. Moving now into the executive branch, the Department of Ag. There's no change to funding for consumer protection, but we do take and separate out the law enforcement program just for better efficiency and clarity. The Senate's budget also supports a House increase at the new agriculture lab that's requested by the Commissioner. That's $30.4 million. The Senate's budget also supports multiple line items of agricultural research. $500,000 at the Georgia Tech Research Institute. What that does is adds a base level now of $1 million for peanut research. We also add $80,000 for a peanut breeder program. We did something previously with a probe to hopefully help make it where peanuts aren't busted as much and more accessible for markets. In that process, there's going to need to be a one-time, hopefully $80,000 ad for that peanut breeder program. The Senate supports and adds this item. We also take and move money that was set for a cotton breeder and move it instead to a pepper weevil program. The peppers of our state and those who aren't doing row crops or doing more produce are seeing that this weevil is causing quite a considerable amount of blight among our peppers. And at the suggestion of the subcommittee chair, we've moved $80,000 into pepper weevil research. The Department of Human Resources and Developmental Disabilities. If you remember in the amended budget, the biggest move from the Senate was to add over $400 million to create the state's first mental health hospital since the 1960s. That was on the trail of us being allowed out of the Olmstead decision, which related only for the purposes, though, of not developmental disability, as to behavioral health. We still reside underneath that Olmstead decision on developmental disabilities. We want to make the same strides to come out from underneath Olmstead on developmental disabilities as we did on behavioral health, and so you're going to hear a couple of line items here that work towards that. SAGs, special appointed attorneys general who work for the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities and those at Department of Human Resources. The Senate's budget is going to support increases to their pay to help us move forward on some of these decisions we've been working on. The Senate's budget also is going to support a transfer of $200,000 out of the Department of Behavioral Health and over to the Department of Veteran Services for the purpose to assist with cleanup related to a new Veterans Cemetery site located in Augusta. And we can't talk about the Department of Behavioral Health without talking about waivers. The Senate's budget includes over $20 million to fund 1,217 new now comp waivers. When combined with expected attrition, these fund all 1,678 individuals on the planning list identified by the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities as having urgent needs, effectively serving 100% of that population. This also represents over 1/3 of all eligible individuals currently on this list. And to support implementation of this, we know we're also going to have to create some management positions at the Department of Behavioral Health. The Senate's budget includes funding for 26 such positions. These roles are intended to support eligibility processing, service coordination, and oversight. It's to help ensure that these waivers we've created actually get operationalized effectively and efficiently and translate into meaningful reductions in the planning list while improving access to services for individuals and their families in community settings. When we talk about waivers, I want to explain to you this as well. There is a chance we have overfunded this item. I want to lean into that. What we have heard is that even though we fund this item at the level we've been at, that there are not enough providers in Georgia to actually accomplish this purpose. And that may be so. But the reason that these families will wait, we wish for that to be because of a lack of providers, not because of a lack of funding. This investment is targeted. It prioritizes individuals in the intellectual disabilities community with the most urgent needs, and it supports families who rely on these waiver services and ensures Georgians can receive services in their communities rather than in an institutional setting. I stated before that we want to move just as ardently to get out from underneath the Olmstead decision on developmental disabilities as we have for the past few years to come out from underneath the Olmstead decision on behavioral health. These next few items aren't necessarily at the Department of Behavioral Health, but they relate to opioid funding, and that is usually centralized at behavioral health, so I want to talk about it here. The Senate's budget uses opioid funding to fund our RSATs and also to account for population growth among our accountability courts. At the Department of Community Affairs, I mentioned in committee, and I want to bring it up again, there's been an issue with Lake Lanier. The smell of the water has led many to ask if there are other things that are happening there that maybe we need to look into a little bit further. Some have asked if it's caused by agricultural runoff. Some have asked if it's caused by other environmental features, and quite frankly, that remains to be determined. But what we do know is that 40% of all Georgians get their drinking water from Lake Lanier. It's an issue that we need to address on the front end, not on the back end. So the Senate's budget, at the urging of the subcommittee chair, includes $2 million to be combined with local funding to complete a water study, potentially with the Army Corps of Engineers, to address the issues that we see with smell, possibly other things related to Lake Lanier. At the Department of Community Health, the Senate's budget supports rate increases in Medicaid. Some of those are primary code increases, bringing those primary codes from Medicaid, current Medicaid rates, up to the Medicare level. We also support a 20% increase in dental codes at our Medicaid code process. That's a substantial increase, but what we've seen is that many of our dental providers, the rates are so low that they simply will not provide the service, leaving many who are in our foster care and also on Medicaid at a position where they cannot receive dental care. The Senate's budget also fully funds ABA in-clinic codes related to autism at the same rate as in-home care rates. That was a request by almost every senator in this body, and the increase ends up bringing total state funds to over $17 million. The Senate's budget also supports a $6.8 million increase in the FRV formula related to skilled nursing facilities for what we believe will be one-time adjustments. We also add $1 million in our GME programs to a family medicine residency in Riverdale, and we restore funding for the Senate's Slots for Docs program in hopes and preparations that we can soon see the state plan amendment move forward there. The Senate's budget also supports various increases that the House added for graduate medical education, understanding that the doctor shortage in Georgia is real and that we need to not only train more, we need to make sure we have residency positions open so that once those students are trained in medical school, they can complete their residency here in Georgia. The Senate's budget has several true-ups, some may call them deductions, they're really just true-ups, related to the Rural Health Transformation Program. You know, Georgia was the recipient of a very massive federal grant related to rural health transformation that tied into the Big Beautiful Bill. If the feds are going to pay for some of those things on the grant side, we want to move our state general funds that may have been considered for those programs instead to things that we are looking at in other graduate medical care. It's still in health care, but if there's things that the Rural Health Transformation Program doesn't cover that we can use state general funds to supplement instead, we want to be in a position to do so. The Morehouse and Mercer Medicine programs are absolutely critical to our state for providing medical training and residence. The Senate does support these programs, but we support them at a slightly less amount than the House did. The House had a $4 million increase. The Senate instead supports both of these programs at a $2 million increase. And we also support home and community-based care services with a $1.3 million increase. At the Department of Corrections, the Senate recognizes that we have made substantial gains on our correction officer retention, thanks in no small part to the senator from the 29th and the senator from the 56th. The Senate's budget wants to go further and suggests and recommends a supplement to correctional pay of an additional $2,000 and also work within that formula to alleviate further compression. We know that these jobs are among the hardest in the state. The turnover at one point in time was the highest in the state there in the Department of Juvenile Justice. If we're going to keep people in these positions to house our worst violent offenders, we are going to have to make sure that they're compensated accordingly. The Senate's budget in the Department of Corrections also adds to the physical health contract, but we do so at a lesser dollar amount than the House and Governor due to a long-term care facility that's coming online that we built and funded in 2 amended budgets ago, and also different modular units that we believe are going to bring additional space online. The expectations of this mod unit and the long-term care unit is that we should be reducing outside the wire care, and that outside the wire care cost reduction should lead to a reduction in the physical health contract. At the Department of Early Care and Learning, the Senate supports the House position on lottery funding of extended day learning. That'll free up additional cap spots for our citizens. And at the Department of Economic Development, we promote good governance by separating tourism into its own budget category, and we also are going to support grants to local tourism offices from that category. The Department of Education I'm going to talk about a little later, but I do want to lead in here and say at this line item in Boost, the Senate supports an additional $2.5 million to the Boost program. And at the Department of Human Services, the Senate supports $55 million to alleviate budget pressure on out-of-home care, which is our foster care program. The Senate's budget also tries to address our SNAP error rate. You know that we've had one of the worst in the nation, and that's going to have to be addressed based on changes at the federal level. The Senate did not agree with the House funding of roughly $11 million to address this rate. We chose instead to accept the offer of a free state partnership with Equifax, overspending that $11 million, and instead rolled that $11 million into other items in DHS and several other departments. At the Department of Labor, the Senate supports the addition of 30 new positions in customer service, in audits, and in agents to right-ship the department. We also support the Commissioner's request to fund a call enhancement center. You know, about 5 years ago that this was an agency that we saw that had many issues. Those issues, we believe, underneath the new commissioner and our former colleague, Commissioner Thompson, have been right-sized, and we want to make sure they have the funding to, if we end up in that position again, that they're ready to move forward in a much more efficient fashion. Did you know that feral hogs cost the state of Georgia over $150 million annually? And we actually take and fund programs to try to eradicate feral hogs in several different line items. Some in the Soil and Water program, some in Department of Ag, and some at the Department of Natural Resources. In the Department of Natural Resources, the Senate's budget tries to combine most of those kind of one-off payments and fight this problem of feral hogs more efficiently and effectively. Florida has had a similar issue with invasive species as it relates to pythons. They were able to bring a vendor in that is actually turning those into fashion items. And what we've done at our state instead on this year and this year's 27 budget, we've adopted that Florida model. We've been in contact with that vendor, and we set aside $1 million to help eradicate the feral hog program, problem, here in Georgia, which we do hope that will lead to something that very rarely happens, that then we will be able to eradicate the feral hog program once the feral hog problem is eradicated. At the Department of Public Health, the Senate supports the House visiting pilot program to reduce maternal mortality and spans its core into 10 counties more than the governor's original program. That's 31 counties that would be new added to this program. And we also talk about navigable items, navigable waters and navigable careers. The Senate supports both. And we support the Navigable Career and the Navigable Waters program at $3 million and $2 across two items. The Navigable Waters, I believe you find in DNR, and the Navigable Careers, or maybe it's at DCA, sorry, and the Navigable Careers at $3 million at the Governor's Office of Student Achievement. The Senate's budget fully funds the Augusta Technical College building under the TCSG program, and we restore funding to the Dual Achievement program. And we fund that by using funds that the House had used for adult education. We also fund the Senate's half of the Central Georgia Tech Healthcare High School, which is located in Houston County. The House had already put half of the funding in for that item. At the University System of Georgia, there are quite a number of adds. We fund $8 million in additions for research at the Cancer Center in Augusta. We also fund $42.8 million for a building that we previously had planned for at Savannah State University. And we reject the House proposal to reduce funding for the Center for Civic Thought and instead restore it to its original request. Through the Georgia Research Alliance, the Senate supports the move of Georgia Southern University and Kennesaw State University into R1 research institutions. And then, as you may have heard, we take a hard look at online classes. More than 30% of the University System of Georgia's classes are now taught online. And I don't think that's a bad thing. But it should be less expensive to offer a class online than it is in person. The building costs, the utility costs, the security costs, all either remain one time or they should be less online. The Senate's budget alters the funding formula by making 1.1 hours offered online equivalent to 1.0 hours of in-person instruction. This is not a drastic move. It simply requires 10% more online hours to earn the same pay for a credit hour as an hour in person. I recognize there are some concerns about this change to the teaching formula, but it's important for this body to understand that while the state has been paying the same cost per credit hour for an online hour and an in-person hour, the students are paying more typically to learn from home. Tuition, yes, is typically the same for an online class, but fees decidedly are not. Online fees at our colleges range from 52% to 100% of on-campus mandatory fees, and students pay this online fee in addition to mandatory campus fees, which already in many instances include a technology component. Fees for fully remote students on average are 15% higher than for a traditional student. And students who take a blend of online and in-person classes face even more costs. They pay on average about 65% more in fees. At some schools, they pay twice as much. And remember, hope won't cover these fees. Second, I think it's important to just look at common intuition, which should direct us that online classes cost less to operate than in-person class offerings. So why should they be treated the same? Much less, why should they cost more? The Senate's not willing to blithely follow this path, so we've made the change to the funding formula I already presented to you. We've also set a study committee to look at this further. But sometimes the greatest encouragement is change, and the Senate proposal offers that encouragement. By making this change, we ensure schools receive roughly the same dollars to educate an in-seat student as they do an online student, and our future study will help determine whether what we believe common sense already tells us. There's been some other questions here, and I think it's fine to go ahead and address them. We were asked to look at several other things as well. For instance, instead of looking just at online classes, what if we looked at funding out-of-state students and the state only paying half the credit hour cost for an out-of-state student as compared to what they do for an in-state student? In other words, making sure there was a financial incentive to take in-state students. So we looked at that proposal. The proposal, I remind you, to move from 1.1 online hours equaling 1 hour in person is about a $123 million move. That's about 3% of the teaching formula, or it's about 0.75% of the entire USG budget. That's that move, $123 million. If we instead were to take and do 50% of credit hours for those who are not Georgia residents, out-of-state residents only fund that, provide that incentive to take in-state students, that would be a reduction of $200 million. We were also asked to look at another item, what it would be if Georgia were to take the position that if you were not a U.S. citizen studying at a university institution, these are not folks who are here illegally, they're here legally, but they're not U.S. citizens, and they're studying at a USG institution. What if Georgia and Georgia taxpayers simply did not pay underwrite any part of that cost credit hour? If Georgians were to not do that, that would be a reduction in the university system's budget of $537 million. To say differently, the citizens of the state of Georgia, under the current formula, pay for and underwrite the cost of non-U.S. citizens learning at USG institutions to the tune of $537 million. If we were to separate that out instead and say we're only going to focus on the undergraduates, we're not going to focus on the graduates who are non-citizens, then that still is a knock to the funding formula of $63 million. Let me paint that in terms that you have to deal with as a legislator. I believe we should be incentivizing Georgia students at Georgia colleges. But when you get that call from a student in Brunswick who says they didn't get into Georgia Southern this year or the University of Georgia because someone else did, because there are only so many spots, and then they find out that that person's actually not even a U.S. citizen who took their spot, you also would have to tell that family member that not only did someone who was studying abroad here take that spot, but they were part of the citizens of Georgia that underwrote the cost of that tuition for that individual to a tune of over $537 million. When we study this cost formula over the summer for next year, we need to remember those figures and work, not one, to fund degrees, not hours, but two, to provide incentives to keeping and retaining and bringing into, as students, an incentive to do that for Georgia residents. I've also heard this be proposed as a cut. Guys, if you look at page 192 of your budget, you can see the Regents' budget clearly. You can turn with me there now. The bottom, section 41, teach y'all how to read this on my last time. State general funds last year to Regents was $3.6 billion. Many of you have been called by Regents, professors, and others and told you had a cut to Regents. If you go down and look at the next portion that says total section final, even after this suggested cut, I don't know what you'd call it, it's not. The Regents end up with $3.76 billion. I know this isn't a literacy thing, it's a math thing. But that's $160 million more going to Regents this year than went to Regents last year, even after the Senate's budget proposal. Only in government could an agency get more money next year than it had the year before, and that somehow equate to a cut. The Department of Transportation, the Senate's budget supports road maintenance and capital projects through motor fuel funds. We also support the House's $10 million increase to airport aid. But in the airport community, there's something going on with something called ADSB. It was used to track planes for safety. You've heard a lot about it with the safety concerns that happened in the Washington, D.C. area with the plane and the helicopter. What ADSB was not meant for is for billing. You're seeing some of our airports now use ADSB for billing purposes. If someone lands at 10:30 at night, they get sent a landing fee later on. We don't think that's fair to the citizens of the state of Georgia. What has actually happened is Georgians have paid for that runway once already. They don't have to pay for it again. So the $10 million that we included in airport aid will not be available to airports who use ADSB for tracking and billing purposes. At the Department of Veterans Services, the Senate continues its support for ending veteran homelessness with an additional $5 million, tagging on to the $5 million that we already put in the amended version, $10 million in total. We want to support ending homelessness, but we think the most needy in that group and the ones that we want to support first are our veterans community, and this $10 million advance is meant to eradicate and completely eliminate veterans homelessness. We also support quality at our Milledgeville Veterans Home with $5 million to promote that additional quality and also to open all the beds there. In education, which I skipped over earlier, the Senate supports $50 million in bonds for school safety. We also add to the cut that was made by the House to the Promise Scholarship. They carried out $70 million. We added $30 million of that back, which gives it a base of $100 million. And in a topic discussed quite frequently in these halls lately, literacy. The Senate's budget fully supports the Senate substitute to House Bill 1193. Our study on literacy began several years ago with the senator from the 4th. It expanded with the Literacy Council's work and the great work they have done. GOSA is now transitioning into a different role, more of a coordinator and not an implementer. And the Senate's budget for literacy focuses intently on one thing, that is help in the classroom. The Senate's budget proposal adds over $70 million to literacy coaches, funding one literacy coach in every single K-3 school of our state. That's 1,313 literacy coaches. We also funded this program outside of QB. So it's not subject to the local 5 mil share, so local districts do not have to pick up the 20% cost sharing in this measure. The Senate's budget proposal also includes $5.5 million for research and coaching implementation, most likely at Georgia Southern University, but we did move that out of education and moved it over to the university systems budget line.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Give me just a minute if you don't mind.
Okay.
You're doing a great job. We appreciate the thoroughness. You are out of time, and I would accept a motion to extend your time 10 minutes. Recognize the senator from the 29th for a motion to suspend the rules and extend the senator's time to explain the biggest, most important bill we pass.
Mr. Chair, I ask for unanimous consent to extend the senator's time in the well.
Is there objection? Without objection, Senate rules are suspended, and he will be given 10 more minutes.
Have we already gone 30 minutes? I apologize, guys. Went through. I mean, it's only $38.5 billion.
You do have questions too, Senator, but you're doing good. If we need to extend further, we probably will. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The one thing I want to point out on this literacy instance, this is not a center for kids who can't read good. It is real work in the Senate by funds from the state taxpayers and moving those funds over to the university system to ensure that our Board of Regents maintains the high quality of this program. And finally, I want to talk one of the last big items in this budget, and that's our employees' retirement system. The retirement of many of our state's retirees has been eroded by inflation for decades, and by a change we made in the budget was previously made during the Great Recession has not helped them in that process. The Senate's budget proposal includes $100 million to trigger more reasonable, effective, and consistent COLAs for our state's retirees. I believe this is one of the most important lines in this budget. It is one that many of you have fought for years. We have added up now to where we're over 80% funded on this formula, and by putting $100 million into the base, we hope that we build this consistently for many, many years to come so that those who have seen their retirement eroded by inflation will finally see some end at the light of the tunnel. What you don't see at this budget is a lot of frivolous spending. We made clear our principal investments, and we invested there. We wanted to make sure we funded things that we felt bent the arc of outcomes so that Georgians of the future see a brighter day than we see even now. And we've done that in literacy, in public safety, in waivers, and in employees' retirement, just to name a few. It has been my honor to present this budget to you now for the final time, the 13th budget, 7 years. And I do wish to say one thing specifically. You'll see some folks standing around the wall here. Brent, Austin, Sam, Caroline, Jennifer, Emma, Angela there at the very back, Courtney, Beckett, Emily, Winona, Virginia, and Lindsay. If there are things that are wrong in this budget, if there are things over the past 7 years that have been mistaken, it is because of me. But if there is anything that was right over these past 7 years, it is truly and exclusively because of them. Thank you. With that being said, happy to take any questions, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 37th.
Mr. Chairman, yield.
Yes, sir.
Again, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your work on these 13 budgets. We have gotten some feedback from some of our universities about this formula adjustment with respect to online learning. It was new to me that 30% of the courses in the university system were online. That was new to me. I thought it was more of a, I knew it was part of the picture, but I didn't realize it was 30% of the picture. The adjustment you referred to, $123 million, in the context of a $3.76 million budget, or $1 billion budget, Isn't it true the university system essentially, because of the constitutional protections they have, essentially get a block grant from us?
That's true.
They have flexibility to spend the dollars. I mean, we show the budget line items to kind of show our work of how we arrived at our final number, but to those that are concerned, isn't there still complete flexibility in the hands of the regents to determine exactly dollar for dollar how these dollars will be allocated?
It is actually constitutionally protected. Yes, sir.
Okay. I appreciate that. I also wanted to ask you, the numbers about the, Georgia is a very welcoming place. We welcome students from around the world. I was of a mind that most of our international students kind of paid full freight. The idea of the public supporting citizens we welcome, but they're not citizens in terms of how we treat our citizens that are Georgia-based. How is that in your? Yeah. Help me understand from the perspective of in-state tuition, out-of-state tuition. Where does that number come from? I want to make sure I understand that, because I do think members of the public who support our award-winning university system do feel like in-state kids ought to have a little bit of a bump there. How does that work exactly?
There is a difference in in-state and out-of-state tuition. There are a lot of out-of-state tuition waivers. I'll tell you that too, and that's something that I hope that the study committee looks at over this year. But I think what you're trying to get at there is how do I make the premise that we are essentially subsidizing folks who are not from the U.S. studying at University System of Georgia? It's on credit hours. We fund right now based on credit hours. If you take the total number of credit hours of people who they're here legally. I don't want that to make the people think they're not here legally. They're here legally. They're students. But they're studying here in Georgia. They're from Brazil. They're from Germany. They're from Venezuela. They're from China, wherever you pick. And you add all of those credit hours. The state's paying for those credit hours in a funding formula to the university system as well. And if we take all of those credit hours for all of those students and put it together, part of this funding formula, it's $537 million that the state taxpayer subsidizes the education of someone who's a non-citizen but studying here in Georgia. Legally, by the way.
Does Senator further yield?
Sure.
And I just appreciate that clarification, because again, we're a welcoming place. We've got global research institutions, but I do think from a funding perspective, I do think our state citizens do expect there to be some advantage to being in Georgia. Thank you for that.
Well, the change, if we changed and funded the formula less per credit hour for someone who was not a United States citizen, or funded it at a higher percentage for someone who was a Georgia citizen, then I think it would give that as you stated, incentive to the local school to want to bring the Georgia student there instead of interested in the SAT score that was 10 points higher from Texas or 20 points higher from China.
Thanks, sir. Final question would be, and by the way, thank you for the work with the state retirees. State retirees in my community have been very polite and consistent in their advocacy to be, and I think this fair treatment moves back towards the direction, isn't it true, of promises have been made in times past. My last question to the senator was about the now comp waivers. I mean, these are the most fragile of all Georgians. I know it's not cheap to grant these. These are very costly. But 1,217 slots. Could you speak to that in terms of the balance in this budget, what the dollars tied to that, and kind of show the commitment that you and the Senate have made to these most fragile Georgians?
Based on attrition, that would be a little over 1,600 waivers for the entire state. The cost in this year's budget is $20 million. So let me go ahead and prepare you. You fund it half this year. You fund the second half last year. It'll be an additional $20 million next year. And it is meant to remove every single person who's on the urgent needs list, every single family who's waiting for that call for their loved one, for their child. It moves every single one of them off of the urgent needs list based on funding. Again, caveat, as long as there are enough providers. But it will not be, because this body did not fund it.
Mr. Chairman, on behalf of those who really struggle to advocate for themselves and are in greatest need, I appreciate your support of that program.
Thank you.
I recognize the senator from the 31st, the majority leader.
Will the senator from Toombs County yield? Senator, I just want to make more of a comment statement. I just want to say, personally, on behalf of me and my colleagues in this chamber, I just want to say thank you for chairing this committee for so many years. This work is not easy. I think The citizens of the state know this work is not easy. But I think one of the things under your leadership and this body's leadership that we've committed to the citizens of Georgia is something that Washington, D.C. will never experience, is showing where every dollar is being invested, how does it impact the life of Georgians, and what does that mean for the next 50 to 100 years in this state. And I just want to say thank you for the work that you've done to lead us through this process and be collaborative as possible, and wish you well wishes and just say thank you for serving as our chairman.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to say how much I've enjoyed watching you grow into this position over the last 7 years and the wisdom that's there. On a personal note, your dad, Michael Tillery, who I went to high school with and elementary school, if he's watching, I'm pretty sure he is equally proud. But my question is, my math's pretty good too, I think. On page 192, the amount we talked about from 3.77 billion to 3.6 billion, if my math's right, that's a 4.77% increase in the Regent's budget. I had people call me saying their budget was cut, but I think that's almost a 5% increase if my math's right.
I think you're right, Senator. In fact, if I had to explain it in simple terms, making it even easier, if the Regents were to have gotten $100 last year, they're now getting $104 or $105. The only cut they could possibly say is because when the bill came out of the House, they thought they were getting $107. 104 is still more than 100.
Well, thank you again for your service to this state Senate in the state of Georgia.
Thank you.
Senator from the 11th, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You mentioned in your opening comments about peeling back the onion on this budget, and so I just wanted to ask you, do you know how much revenue is generated from the sale of Vidalia onions in the state of Georgia
The cool
that go
thing,
into this budget?
You know, I actually do, because it's a line item and it's on one of the first few pages. So if you look, you'll see the royalties from Vidalia onions alone attribute to, gosh, why is it not written on this version? It's several $100,000 related to royalties of Vidalia onions. So yes, sir. So I'm glad you peeled that back for this whole body.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want a follow-up question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the pepper weevil on line 5211. Could you tell me what the scientific name of the pepper weevil is, by chance?
It's Weevillus pepperus. So yes, sir.
Hey, that's not really close, but I'll take that.
Well, I will tell you, I was going to ask the senator from the 8th, but that red light's on, and he'd burn through 3 or 4 of them.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'll let you go. Myself and the Senate Budget Office just wanted to make sure that you fully understood this budget. So appreciate the opportunity to work with you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator from the 36, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does Senator yield?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Well, as
Sorry.
a big fan of Vidalia onions, we're glad to hear those numbers you provided on the royalties for that delicious Georgia treat that all of us enjoy and tout around the country wherever we go. I just want to add my thanks for the wisdom and the leadership that you brought to making this decision to address this long-standing concern of the shrinking buying power for our retirees of their pension checks. And I really want to applaud you heartily. I've been on the retirement committee. Many of us here have worked and advocated over the years, and you heard and understood and saw the necessity, and you rose to the occasion. And I just want to offer my thanks and appreciation.
Well, thank you.
It's a game changer.
Please give credit also to the Lieutenant Governor. This was one of his #1 budget requests, was to make sure that we looked after our state retirees at the $100 million level this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There are no.
Senator, you have a guest sitting in your seat. It looks like, I don't know if that's Scribbles or what, but
Yes.
your guest has got his button pushed.
Yes. That brings me back to some of the early days on the floor. So yes, sir. Yep.
Senator, you can yield the well at any time. There are a number of questions.
Mr. President, I'm happy to take one more question. So you pick who it is.
Recognize the senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does my good friend, the senator, yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, you've still prior appropriations bill that raised justice and judge pay. Is that not true?
Could you say that one more time?
You have carried appropriations bills in the past that have raised pay for justices and judges. Is that not correct?
Eventually, yes, sir. That is true.
So that is true.
After much fight and after concessions from them on raising their retirement age and on doing away with locality pay. Yes, sir.
Well, I appreciate your excuses. I think the answer was yes. Is it not true that that was just a self-serving measure in order to have an exit strategy if your statewide campaign for lieutenant governor does not work out?
Oh. You know, that could have been the case, but I can now honestly say that if I am able to win that statewide race, I know for certain that the senator from the 29th will not be the appropriations chair. So.
So what you're saying is I should feel okay then, right?
It has been a pleasure to work with you, Senator. You've done really well, and thank you for all of your questions.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if you'll give me one moment of indulgence, I did not get to this point by myself. It's been my honor to serve under 3 lieutenant governors, to serve under 2 governors, 1 governor as chair, and 2 OPB directors, Director Kelly Farr and Director Dunn, followed on the heels, as you know, of the death of Chairman Jack Hill. He was a good friend, and his shoes won't be filled. But I promise you, whoever comes next will do much better than me. I also had 2 incredible budget directors, Melody Debussy, who taught me everything. I mean, we had to take 15% out of the budget in year 1. We came back around to an incredible time of growth, and honestly, we're back now about where we were in 2019. Ecclesiastes, the Lord is right when he says that there's nothing new under the sun, and as Solomon wrote, there is nothing new. We're simply on a path, and it's kind of funny that this one only took 7 years. We've gone from incredible growth back around to where we were in 2017. There's also 2 other people I've had the pleasure of working with. 2 speakers. Speaker Ralston, who was my friend. That man put his arm around me and wrapped his arm through my arms and the arm of my wife on the absolute lowest week of my life. And I miss him. And Speaker Burns, who has maintained a close friendship, even though sometimes I think folks in the media want us to fight a lot, you just can't fight him. He's too nice. He's too likable. We can disagree, but we'll always be friends. Chairman Hatchett, well, is a statesman, and he is someone who you will be able to work with for decades to come. He's been a true friend to me. And then, of course, Terry England, who, when we went through that process in 2020, it was Kelly Farr, the governor, Terry, and myself on Zoom calls, couldn't meet in person. One of the Senate traditions I hope whoever stands in this role will continue is that Terry always wore a purple tie when on the day he presented the budget. No one really notices it. Y'all may have noticed, you see these pictures of me a lot in the newspaper. I don't just only have one tie, I only have one purple tie. It's because of the dementia and issues that he had with his mother, and he does it to remember her. So I hope that this is just a small reminder that the budget that we pass actually affects people. It's not a game. It's not a token. We're literally looking and affecting lives. And I hope whoever carries on after me will consider to do something like this as well, as just a small reminder that the budget that passes this body is not the budget of the Senate. It's not the budget of the legislature. It's not the budget of the folks in the hall. And in fact, many times they don't have anyone arguing for them. You have to be the one who stands up oftentimes and says no, because it's never your money that you're spending. it is always their money that you're spending. Thank you so much again for the pleasure of presenting this budget. Mr. Chairman, I yield the will.
Mr. Chairman, I want to add my thanks to your friendship and your tireless work on behalf of the Georgia Senate, but more importantly on behalf of Georgians. I've learned a lot working with you, and I appreciate your dedicated service and look forward to a bright future together. Thank you. Secretary, read the caption to House. Oh, sorry. I got one job. Kind of got caught up in the moment there. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 49th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that there's agencies all over the state of Georgia breathing a sigh of relief that the senator, the chairman of the 19th, just presented his last budget?
I don't know. I think he's going to be sorely missed. On the pass of the bill, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Now, the secretary will read the caption of House Bill 451.
House Bill 451 by Representatives Cannon of the 172nd and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 14 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to other educational programs under the Quality Basic Education Act so as to provide that local boards of education shall be authorized to provide instruction in hunting safety in grades 6 through 12, to provide for the adoption of content standards by the State Board of Education, to provide that local boards of education may establish a curriculum in hunting safety, to provide for instructor requirements, to provide legislative findings, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to House Bill 451, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Subpart 2 of Part 1 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to compulsory attendance so as to provide for public school students to be permitted to attend courses in religious moral instruction provided by an individual or organization independently of a public school, subject to certain conditions, to provide for such conditions, to provide for students to receive academic credit for such courses, to require local education agencies to adopt certain policies to prohibit students who participate in such courses from being counted as absent from school, to provide for responsibilities of the Department of Education, to require criminal record checks, to provide for immunity, to provide for definitions, to provide for a short title, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Setzler the 37th and others offers the following amendment. Amendment 1, amend the Senate Committee on Education and Youth substitute to House Bill 451 by replacing lines 32 through 34 with the following. 3A, if the release time course is not held on the property of the public school in which the student is enrolled, transportation to and from the location of the release time course, including transportation for students with disabilities, is the responsibility of the student or his or her parent or legal guardian, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I recognize the senator from the 27th to speak to the bill.
Mr. President, I'm going to speak fast in hopes that we complete our fourth bill by 2 p.m. This is a bill that passed House Education and made its way to the Senate via a committee substitute that actually stripped a different House bill. And this is a release time education bill. And the meat of the bill really is on the definition of release time course. Means a course of religious moral instruction provided by an individual organization independent of a public school. This is rooted in a Supreme Court case that allows this type of teaching to take place. And I really should have said the meat of the bill is in lines 24 through 26, where we just require local education agencies to adopt policies by which these courses can be taken. You'll see a number of things in here, such as criminal background checks, rules around transportation, the option for academic credit to be applied. This bill passed out of the House Education Committee with unanimous bipartisan support. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know there's an amendment as well.
Recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I do.
Senator, is there a reason why students can't get this type of education on a Saturday or Sunday in our local mosques, synagogues, and churches and civic clubs? Is there a reason why we need to take them out of class to do this?
I do, Senator, believe that there is certainly the option for them to do that on a weekend or after school or before school. The reason that we're allowing this release time education is there is obviously value in moral instruction, and the Supreme Court has recognized that fact, and so we're just putting some rules and regs here around how that can happen in the state of Georgia. And I think that what the amendment is doing as well is, at least the first part of it, not both parts of it, is seeking to really meet that floor that the Supreme Court has given us.
The Senator further yield?
Yes.
You use the language of can so that so school systems can allow, but isn't it true that your amendment says shall create policies?
The bill says shall, yes. I forget where I said can. I may have referenced can if it wasn't to answer your question. I don't recall. The may language is on line 54 as it relates to course credit, but in terms of having policies to allow it, yes, ma'am, that is a shall.
Do you further yield?
I do.
Senator, is there a reason why you will not trust our local school systems to make that decision themselves, as opposed to essentially forcing every single local system to create some possibility for this to happen? Why are we not leaving this in local control's hands?
Senator, we want to be sure that this is an option for all Georgia students, and while we do have some systems that have adopted policies of that, we do want to have all systems have a policy that does allow students to participate, but B, do what we do in lines 27 through 50 that gives guardrails for those policies, that ensures that the transportation is paid for by the parent or the organization, that ensures the school is released of liability, that ensures that the background checks are happening. So we're doing something that we do a lot down here, Senator, which is kind of putting a structure in place for local school systems to adopt to follow through on a policy that we would say is of value to the students of Georgia.
And one final question, if you'll yield. Have you had a chance to look at the amendment?
I have. The senator. I'm neutral on the amendment. I know that the bill sponsor in the House wanted to keep his bill clean. I will tell you that I think what the amendment does, I understand the intent of the amendment is to clarify that you do not need to be transported off-site. So it really changes the transportation language that's in the original bill from essentially saying parents have to pay for it to say that if there is transportation off-site. And then the second piece gets to the equal access policy for access to the facility. So I certainly understand the senator's amendment. I'm not opposed to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'll yield the will.
Senator from the 37th, you're recognized to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I do rise to speak to the amendment. Appreciate the support of the Majority Leader and others and this clarification. The Supreme Court ruled that the release time is always available to kids. The bill that was crafted in the House tries to recognize that. The amendment is really a clarification of what the underlying bill says, but clarifies, I think, in an important way. On lines 47 through 49, those lines say that children may be released off campus for release time education, as the Supreme Court's ruled is a requirement. The way, however, line 47 reads, it's stated the negative. It says release time are not to be held on school property unless they're permitted under a neutral policy of equal access, which means they may be, as long as the policy is equal to all groups, a Christian group, Jewish group, Muslim group, other group. What the amendment simply clarifies, and this was something we were going to offer in Education Committee, but I didn't want to offer it on the fly. I wanted to make sure we could be thoughtful, sit down with Legislative Counsel and state it very clearly. It states the same essence, but it says the local education agency may permit release time to be held on public school property as long as it's under a neutral policy. What this does is it makes sure that the floor set by the Supreme Court, that we are not inadvertently coming along and making it more restrictive than it needs to be, but we're making it as permissive. If there's a school that says, you know what, we've got extra space, it's being available to all kids, there's no need to take your kids off campus. If we have space on the school campus that could be available at no substantial cost to the school district, kids would be allowed to stay on campus. The underlying bill states that. The amendment just states it more clearly so as not to confuse legal counsel with school boards in ways that would inadvertently seek to restrict what the Supreme Court has already ruled. Glad to take questions.
You have a question from the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
I do.
So, does this amendment change anything actually about the bill other than to just kind of clarify things? The same principles are still here. Is that correct?
Yes, the essence of the bill is exactly the same. It's just my belief, as the bill's crafted, stated in the negative, it might confuse school leadership into thinking that there's more restrictions that exist than clearly do. The amendment clarifies that and talks about that which is permissive in a may is clearly available to school districts and to schools and how they implement the policy.
The senator for the yield.
Yes, ma'am.
It seems to me that perhaps then our schools could really benefit from additional course time in literacy and reading comprehension if this type of amendment is actually necessary, given that the underlying bill states exactly what you're trying to do.
Well, I think what it does to the lady's question is if there's an ability to logistically not have to take kids off campus for release time education, this makes it more permissive. Again, it requires that there be an equal policy that applies to all, that potentially, it makes it very clear that potentially, if there's space on campus, it could still be done on campus, which could lead to less time for kids being away.
I don't see any other questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just again, urge your support of Amendment Number 1, which provides an important clarification to schools.
Senator from the 36th, you're recognized to speak to the bill or the amendment or both.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against this bill. I find it troubling, and let me share my point of view. First of all, this amendment pulls us back into having school facilities used by an outside entity to do their moral or religious, moral character building, religious education. So we got the camel's nose under the tent. Now, first it was going to be leaving to go to a place where that was being done. But now this amendment, if I understand from my seatmate, the gentleman from the 37th, that's what this does is slip it actually onto the campus of the school. Now, where does this end? This is not a part of public education. That's not the place for it. And we are constantly trying to keep kids in school, attending to their studies, learning and growing, and building for success. So why would you stick in a whole nother reality? Oh, I'm going to leave the campus and go elsewhere and get during school time. You know, you've got after school, you've got weekends. I tell you, I decided which church to join based on wanting a place for my children to have a reinforcement of the values that they had in my home. And it was very important to me to find the place that I felt comfortable that was happening in a way that I would agree with. What's happened, folks, is that a vendor has come to town, okay? Now look at it closely. A vendor has come to town that has a product and wants buyers for that product, and has come down here to get us to change what's happening on in our schools, and with the time that children are at school, for them to be taken off campus, or as the gentleman from 37 have, give them a facility on campus. Give them a facility. Come on campus and bring the thing that you're going to make money off. That's what the program is about. It's a vendor making money. And now we have it, and it got over here to the Senate, and all of a sudden may becomes shall. And then the next thing you know, we got you did change may to shall when it got over here. That didn't happen in the House. That came over here and it happened in the Senate. Then now we've got an amendment on the floor to say let's provide them space here at our school. Good Lord! I mean, where does it end? Are you going to get them a desk in the principal's office the next thing you know? This is an intrusion into the very demanding, challenging job of running an orderly education facility. And all of a sudden, we're sticking this onto it. And it's done at the wish of a vendor who has lobbyists and who's come to town and wants to sell a product. And so wants Georgia, for us to change how our schools work, to either take kids off campus during academic time. I don't know where you find in a school day a time to go off campus and do something else other than tend to your lessons, learning your ABCs, if you will. That's inarguable to me, that we don't have the time in a school day as it is to cover all and meet all the needs and do all the work and move the students through an education process. And we have, as a state, done some beautiful work on literacy. We've got it in the budget. We've got leaders. The gentleman from the 4th, our K through 12 committee chair, that are working hard to create maximal opportunities for students to become literate and capable and competent, and set them on the pathway, this education pathway, which is so critical. It's a cornerstone of what we want to provide to our kids. So why are you all swayed by a vendor who's got a product to sell coming to town, coming over to the legislature, having lobbyists, and pushing this whole thing through. That's what's going on here. And then you're going to put a shall in there to make the school systems accommodate this. And I know that you had some testimony from the education folks with some heartburn about this. So I think the amendment opens the doors of to bring this program on campus, inside the schools' walls. Number one, and then have a product that you're going to sell and make money on. That's what this is about. Then who said follow the money? Follow the money here, and you will find it's a different story than what it sounds like on the surface. So I'm voting against this, and I'd welcome an amendment to turn the shall back to a may, but I think we're way off base on embracing this concept. And there's plenty of other time in the week, other than in the school hours, for parents to have their children properly schooled and supported in questions of character and religion. Thank you. I will yield the well.
All right. Recognize the senator from the 29th. Y'all got a lot done while I was gone. A whole bill later. An hour and a half and a whole bill later.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to point out we have spent billions of dollars while you have been gone. It's a rare day that I would stand up here and say I agree with the senator from the 36th, but I do. I'm going to vote for this legislation. I'm going to vote for the amendment. But what I would like to do is next year, I would like for us to sit down and study in every club, every association, and every group in school. Let's move them to the evenings and the weekends. And let's focus on education. The only other thing is we have sports and we have physical education from kindergarten through 12th grade mandated. But that the school day is spent on reading, writing, arithmetic, the tech, the ag. Just focus on that. Let's get all of these other distractions out of there. All of these clubs, associations, all of this. And let's go back to letting school be school. Student government, they can meet in the evening, they can meet on Saturday. Let's make the available space there. But if we're going to do what they want to do, then let's don't cherry pick. Let's do it. And let school going back to being school. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from 37th, you have your light on. You've already spoken on your amendment, haven't you? All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Now, we're going to take up amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 37th. Is there objection to amendment number 1? All right. So all those in favor of amendment number 1 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 27th, where is he? Senator from the 27th. Senator from the 27th, do you have any more bills today? On the adoption of amendment, the yeas are 32, the nays are 18, and this amendment has been adopted. Questions on the adoption of adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. By substitute, all those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, yeas are 33, the nays are 18. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 1118.
House Bill 1118 by Representatives Donna Tucci of the 105th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 20 of Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to personnel and administration so as to provide 80 hours of maternal birth leave, to provide for definitions, to provide rules, to provide for penalties, to provide notice, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Children and Families recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Kirkpatrick, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I bring to you House Bill 1118. What this bill does is it creates a new time for leave for new mothers for maternal birth leave. What it'll do is give a new mother 3 extra weeks, and this is for state employees, us as the employer of state employees, including our teachers. This will give that new mother 3 weeks at home to help recover from the childbirth. In addition to that, she could also still get the other 6 weeks of paternity leave for a total of 9 weeks. And again, as employers, I think this is the right thing to do for our employees. And that's what the bill does on paper. Let me tell you a quick story. When our oldest was born back in 2017, the week after he was born, I had a 2-week-long jury trial in Spalding County. And I had to go right away and go try a very difficult case over a commercial lease. It was not a fun time for me. I was very tired. I had a newborn at home, so I looked extra tired every single day in court. My wife, though, was recovering from a C-section. And she also was trying to figure out how to learn to breastfeed and how to pump. I could go back to work and look tired. She couldn't go back to work. There is a difference biologically and also as a society in how a birth affects a man versus a woman. And it is about time that we as a state legislature, as employers, recognize that. This bill is pro-family, it is pro-woman, it is pro-life, and it's just the right thing to do. Hope you all will join me in supporting House Bill 1118. Happy to take any questions. I'll yield the well.
Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, we're going to do this last one before we break for just have a little break. So I'm going to let the senator from the 50th go. Let's see how brief he can be. Secretary Reed, 1208.
House Bill 1208 by Representatives Gunter of the 8th and others. A bill is to be entitled an act to amend Article 5 of Chapter 11 of Title 9 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to depositions and discoveries so as to require depositions in this state to be taken before certified court reporters, to repeal requirements that depositions in this state shall be recorded by stenographic means, to provide an effective date, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 42nd District Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1208 simply updates the Civil Practice Act to reflect that depositions taken under the Civil Practice Act are taken by a certified court reporter utilizing any means recognized by the Georgia Board of Court Reporting. This is a consensus bill by all entities involved, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I do.
Senator, isn't it true that court reporters are trained to do a lot more than just transcription, and they're a critical part of making sure that a deposition and other court proceedings go smoothly? Is that not true?
That is true.
And isn't it true that there is a threat from AI transcription and other automated technologies that would undermine the valuable services the court reporters provide?
That's true.
Then I guess we're probably going to get a unanimous vote. Good job, Senator.
Thank you very much. With that, I yield the will.
All right. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize the majority leader.
Mr. President, I move the Senate table the remaining legislation on the Senate rules calendar.
All right. All right, the majority leaders move that the Senate table the remaining legislation on the Senate rules calendar. Is there objection? All right. Would you like to speak to your objection?
Thank you, Mr. President. We object to this because we believe that His Eminence, the Rules Chairman, and his divine wisdom and great sense put together a rules calendar that we should stand by and stand in order with. So that's why we object.
You bring up a good point there, Senator. You bring up a great point. So I'm going to let these folks right here have a lunch break, and when we come back, we'll take up that motion. How about that? So, no, I'm just kidding. Let's take it up right now. You still objecting? All right, so they object. So all those in favor of the majority leader's motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 19th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that a red vote is a vote to stand with our distinguished rules chairman?
Oh, Todd. Team Brass. He is a great rules chairman, though, isn't he? He's strong as oak. Senator from the 6th, what purpose do you run?
Motion to reconsider.
Oh, I can't recognize it. I'm
gonna get them all one more chance.
Motion's out of order. Here we go. On the vote, the yeas are 26 and nays are 22, and this motion from the majority leader has passed. Y'all go take a lunch break. We'll reconvene here in about, 30, 40, 45 minutes. Maybe an hour. We'll reconvene when we reconvene. How about that? Stay around. Bye.